Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. The rain had been falling for hours, soft at first, then heavier, turning the forest floor into a spongy carpet of mud. You had driven for miles, your tires humming over the wet road, until you reached a fork in the path. A sign, weathered and nearly obscured by moss, pointed to an old lodge deep in the woods. You'd heard about it from a friend, whispers of its seclusion, of how it sat quietly amidst the towering pines, offering solace to those seeking escape. You had no idea what awaited you. As your car crawled down the narrow, winding path, the trees seemed to close in, their branches swaying in the wind, casting twisted shadows that flickered across the road. The headlights barely pierced the thick, wet mist clinging to the air. After what felt like an eternity, you finally saw it, through the haze, the faint glow of lights flickering from the lodge. It was just as the rumors had described, an old two-story building with a stone foundation and dark wood framing. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and you could just make out the faint glow of a campfire through the trees nearby. A shiver ran down your spine. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. You parked the car in front of the lodge, stepping out into the damp, cool air. The scent of pine and wet earth filled your nostrils as you grabbed your bags and headed toward the front door. The wood creaked under your feet, and as you knocked, the sound echoed through the stillness. The door swung open slowly, revealing an elderly man standing in the dim light of the lodge. His eyes were sharp, assessing, and his expression unreadable. "Welcome," he said in a gravelly voice. "You've made it just in time. The storm's getting worse. Come in and don't mind the fire. We'll get you settled." You nodded, but something in his tone felt off. Something about his calm demeanor didn't match the storm outside. Still, you followed him inside, where the warmth of the fire quickly enveloped you. The door closed behind you with a heavy thud, sealing out the storm's cold breath. Inside, the lodge was an odd mixture of cozy and unsettling. The air was thick with the smell of burning wood and something else, something earthy like moss and old leather. The walls were lined with dark wood paneling, adorned with ancient, tattered tapestries that seemed to shift in the flickering firelight. You could almost swear that some of the figures in the tapestries were watching you. The elderly man motioned for you to sit by the hearth. A large fire crackled in the stone fireplace, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. The warmth of the flames soothed your chilled skin, but the longer you sat, the more you felt something tugging at the edges of your consciousness. A sensation that you weren't quite alone. "Would you like something to drink?" the man asked, his voice low, his eyes never leaving you. There was a glint in them, something curious but cautious. You nodded, though you weren't sure why. He turned and shuffled over to a shelf that was packed with bottles. Some dusty, others gleaming like they had been recently polished. The air in the room grew heavier, the silence pressing in on you like a blanket, as the fire crackled and popped. When the man returned, he handed you a glass of something amber. The liquid seemed to shimmer in the light. "To warm you up," he said, his lips curling into a thin smile. You took a sip, and the warmth spread quickly through your chest, but there was something odd about the taste. Spicy, almost medicinal, with an underlying bitterness. You set the glass down, unsure of what to make of it. The man observed you closely, his gaze unwavering. He finally spoke, his voice softer now, almost conspiratorial. "This place has been here for a long time. Longer than most can remember. It holds the stories of the forest, the ones that never leave." His eyes flicked to the fire, as if the flames held some unspoken secret. Before you could ask what he meant, a low, rumbling sound echoed from outside. Thunder, distant but powerful. The wind howled louder, rattling the windows as rain lashed against the walls. For a moment, you thought you heard something else, faint, like a whisper carried on the wind. You shook it off as the wind playing tricks. The man seemed to notice your unease. "Don't mind the sounds," he said. "The forest speaks sometimes, especially on nights like this. The storm stirs it up, you see." He paused, his eyes scanning the room before locking onto yours again. "I should tell you, you've come at a strange time. We don't usually get visitors not like this. But something is different tonight." His voice grew even quieter, almost a murmur, as if he was speaking to himself. Your heart skipped a beat. There was a chill in his tone, something that made your skin prickle. But before you could ask him what he meant, a loud knock echoed from the door, 3 sharp raps, followed by silence. Your body tensed instinctively, and the man's eyes darkened as he glanced toward the door. "That's unusual," he muttered under his breath. His voice had dropped to an almost inaudible whisper. "Stay here. Don't open the door." You hesitated, staring at the man, but he was already moving swiftly toward the door. With a steady hand, he turned the handle, his back to you, his movements slow and deliberate. As the door creaked open, a gust of wind rushed in, carrying with it the smell of wet leaves and something far more pungent. Something metallic, almost like blood. A figure stood in the doorway, hunched low, its shape barely visible in the dark rain. You couldn't see its face, but its presence filled the room, making the air feel colder, heavier. The man didn't speak, didn't move as the figure lingered in the doorway, its shadow stretching across the wooden floor. You could hear its breathing now, slow, deliberate, like it was studying you. The wind howled again, rattling the windows, and the fire seemed to flicker and wane in response. The figure, still silent, stepped into the room, its presence commanding the space with an unnerving authority. The man stood motionless, his expression unreadable, as though waiting for something. The door creaked closed, leaving only the crackling of the fire and the thunder rolling through the trees. "Make yourself comfortable," the man said after a long pause, his voice no longer inviting but cold and distant. "There's much to learn in this place, but sometimes it's best not to ask too many questions." The stranger stood in the doorway, shrouded in the heavy mist that clung to the night, and you couldn't help but feel a creeping sensation that something was wrong. The man's eyes, previously calm and warm, now flickered with an unease that seemed to ripple through the room like an electric current. The fire crackled in the hearth, its flames dancing wildly, casting jagged shadows across the room. The stranger's silhouette barely shifted, as if waiting for permission to step further inside. The silence that followed felt like a pressure against your chest, a weight that made it hard to breathe. Without a word, the elderly man moved slowly toward the figure. His hand, shaking ever so slightly, hovered near the door, but he didn't open it again. The stranger's form remained shadowed, barely more than a dark outline against the dim light of the lodge. "Do you come in peace?" the man asked, his voice tight, though his tone remained steady. You noticed a tremor in his hand as he reached for something under his cloak, something that gleamed in the firelight. A knife. The glint of its silver blade caught your eye before he quickly concealed it again, as if the gesture were meant to reassure you, though you felt far from reassured. The figure made no response, but its presence was almost overwhelming. Its gaze, cold, unblinking, settled on you, and for the first time since you arrived, you felt the true weight of being trapped here. Outside, the storm intensified, hammering the roof with torrential rain, but the heavy atmosphere in the lodge made the rain sound distant, as though it were muffled by something more than just walls. The elderly man stepped back, and the stranger entered fully, its heavy boots leaving wet prints on the floor. As it moved closer to the fire, you could see it more clearly. The figure was dressed in tattered clothes, dark and ragged, as though it had traveled a long way through the rain and mud. Its face was hidden by a hood, but the shadow of its form sent a chill straight to your core. It exuded an aura of secrecy, like a deep well of hidden knowledge, and maybe even darker things. "I didn't think anyone else would come tonight," the man muttered, almost to himself. "But here you are." He turned to you, offering a grim smile. "Looks like the storm is drawing all sorts of things to this place." You swallowed hard, the heat from the fire doing little to stave off the sudden cold creeping up your spine. "Who is that?" you whispered, unable to take your eyes off the stranger. The man hesitated, casting a long, wary glance toward the figure, whose head was now lowered as though studying the flames. "Some things are best left unknown," he replied cryptically before turning toward the stranger again. "What do you want?" For the first time, the figure spoke, its voice deep, rough, like gravel being ground underfoot. "I seek guidance," it said, its words slow and deliberate, like it had to force each one out. "The forest speaks to those who listen, but it does not always give answers. Sometimes it asks for a price." The words echoed through the room, sending a shiver down your spine. You exchanged a glance with the elderly man, but he didn't meet your eyes. He simply nodded as if the stranger's presence, though unsettling, was somehow expected. "The forest has a way of calling," the man muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "And those who hear it, well, they know what it's like to pay its toll." The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, and the fire popped loudly, as if reacting to the tension that had suddenly thickened the air. You could feel it now, a sort of static charge, something that made your skin crawl. The figure stood tall and motionless by the fire, its hood still low over its face, its movements slow and deliberate, like it was tethered to the shadows. For a long moment, the room was silent. The crackling of the fire seemed to grow louder, its warmth almost oppressive. You began to feel the weight of the storm pressing down from above, the rain slashing against the windows like the claws of unseen creatures. The man, still standing near the stranger, let out a long breath. "I can't let you stay," he said finally, his voice quiet but firm. Not after the things you've seen. The figure's head turned slowly, its eyes hidden beneath the hood, but you felt the intensity of its gaze as it locked onto the man. I've seen things far darker than you can imagine, it replied, its voice rising with a gravelly edge. And what I seek, you cannot deny me. You felt the air shift in the room, something stirring that made the flames dance wildly, casting eerie, elongated shadows across the walls. The stranger's figure loomed larger, more menacing in the flickering light. The elderly man's fingers twitched again as though he was considering something, but he didn't move. The price for knowledge is not always something you can pay with your life, he said slowly as though weighing his words. But if you seek it, you must be prepared for what it costs. The figure did not speak for a long while. It stood there, motionless as though contemplating the man's words. Outside, the storm reached a fever pitch, with thunder crashing overhead. The rain lashed against the lodge's windows like an unrelenting force, and in the distance, you could hear the faintest sound of something that did not belong to the storm. A low growl, almost imperceptible. You strained your ears, but before you could say anything, the figure's voice cut through the silence again. I know what the forest wants, it whispered, barely audible over the wind, and I know what it demands. The fire crackled violently as though it was reacting to the figure's words, its flames leaping high, casting long, twisted shadows on the walls. You could feel a strange tension in the air, like the very fabric of the room was being pulled thin. The stranger's voice had an eerie calmness to it, but something about the way it spoke made your heart race. The words felt heavy, laden with a meaning that was far darker than anything you had yet encountered. The elderly man, still standing near the hearth, appeared unfazed, though there was a glint of fear in his eyes. His hand remained close to the knife concealed beneath his cloak. He seemed to be watching the stranger closely, almost as if waiting for something to happen, something that was beyond his control. Do you know what it demands? The man asked, his voice strained, like he was walking a fine line between reason and something far more dangerous. The stranger's head tilted slightly, and for the first time, you saw the faintest hint of its face beneath the hood. There were no eyes, no features, just empty black sockets that seemed to swallow the light around them. A hollow, oppressive void. It was like staring into the very essence of darkness. I know, it whispered. The forest whispers to me, and I listen. I know the price it asks, and I know what it will take. You could feel the air around you grow colder, and despite the fire's warmth, a chill settled deep in your bones. Something was wrong, deeply wrong, and every instinct in you screamed to leave, to run out into the storm and disappear into the night. But your feet wouldn't move, your body frozen in place by the strange power that seemed to radiate from the figure. You wanted to speak, but your voice had abandoned you, lost in the weight of the silence that enveloped the room. The man's fingers twitched again, a subtle movement that sent a shiver up your spine. I should have known, he muttered, almost to himself. The storm was no accident. You are here for a reason. The figure didn't respond immediately. Instead, it took a slow step forward, its movements unnatural, like it was gliding rather than walking. Each step seemed to distort the space around it, warping the shadows in ways that didn't make sense. The fire seemed to flicker in response, casting strange, uneven light over its form. Not all things come with a price, the figure continued, its voice low and guttural, like it was speaking from the depths of some forgotten place. But this forest is not like others. It takes more than you can understand. The elderly man took a step back, his face suddenly drawn, his eyes darting nervously toward the windows. The rain continued to pour in sheets, the thunder rolling louder, closer, as if the storm itself was an extension of the forest's will. This place, it's not just a lodge, the man whispered. It's a doorway, a threshold between worlds, and those who come here, they don't leave the same. His voice cracked, and you could hear the tremor in his words, as though the weight of the truth had finally become too much for him to bear. The figure's hollow gaze turned toward you once more, and you felt its presence pressing against you like a physical force. Its voice came, soft and insistent, like a breath in your ear. You've been chosen, it said. The forest has spoken, and it has chosen you to witness its truth. But know this, what you learn here, what you take with you, will come at a cost. Not just your life, but your soul. There is no escape from the path the forest has set for you. The man shook his head, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. You don't understand what you're asking. No one can bear the burden of such knowledge. Not even you. The figure's lips curled upward into a twisted smile, though there was nothing warm or human about it. It was the smile of something far older, far more ancient. something that had seen beyond the veil of time itself. "I have already borne it," the figure said, "and now I am here to guide you, to show you what lies hidden in the dark." A loud crash of thunder broke the silence, shaking the lodge to its foundation, and the fire suddenly flared up in a violent explosion, sending a shower of sparks into the air. For a moment, everything went dark. Then the light returned, dimmer, flickering as though it were struggling to stay alive. You felt a strange sensation wash over you, like the room itself was shifting, twisting. The air grew thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something metallic. Your head spun for a moment, and when your vision cleared, you saw the walls of the lodge had changed. The wood was no longer smooth and polished. It had become gnarled and twisted, like the bark of ancient trees. The air smelled faintly of rot, of decay. The figure stood unmoved, its hollow gaze fixed on you. "You must decide," it whispered. "Will you accept what the forest offers, or will you turn away, knowing that its darkness will follow you forever?" The elderly man's voice trembled as he spoke, barely audible. "Don't listen to it. The forest, it traps you. It takes what it wants and it never gives back." But the figure only smiled again, and the storm outside intensified, the wind screaming through the trees as if answering its call. "You've heard the forest," it said. "Now the choice is yours." The room seemed to contract around you as the figure's words sank into the space between you. The fire sputtered, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, curling around the walls like they had a life of their own. The heavy rain outside beat against the windows in a frantic rhythm, but the storm no longer felt like just a natural occurrence. It felt like something much more malevolent, a manifestation of the tension inside the lodge. The figure stood in the flickering light, its presence pulling at the edges of reality itself, as if the walls were no longer holding the room together. The air felt heavier, thicker, and you realized that the warmth of the fire was not enough to push back the cold that was creeping inside you, slowly, inevitably. It wasn't the cold of the storm, but something deeper, something older, like the chill of ancient, forgotten things brushing against your skin. You glanced at the elderly man, whose face had gone ashen. His hand trembled at his side, but he didn't seem to know whether to reach for the knife beneath his cloak or to retreat further into the lodge. His eyes were wide with fear, but there was something else there, something like regret, as if he already knew what was about to unfold, and yet he had no power to stop it. "I told you," the man said, his voice trembling. "I warned you about the forest. You should have never come here. None of you should have." His eyes flicked nervously toward the figure, then to you. "The forest doesn't forgive, not like you think it will. It takes more than you can give." But the figure only tilted its head still casting its shadow over its face. The emptiness of its gaze seemed to grow deeper, more consuming. The words that followed were soft, but they reverberated like thunder in the pit of your stomach. "It is not about forgiveness," it said, its voice like a soft, eerie murmur. "It is about understanding. The forest does not ask for your soul. It simply demands your truth." A strange sensation washed over you, a pull in your chest like an invisible thread tugging at the very core of your being. You couldn't quite explain it, but it felt like the forest was calling to you, not in words but in something far more primal, something older than language. Your heart pounded and your palms began to sweat, but the more you resisted, the more the sensation deepened, pressing in from every angle. The storm outside grew wilder, as though it were somehow reacting to the tension in the room. Thunder cracked violently, rattling the windows, and for a brief, terrifying moment, the flickering light of the fire cast the room in an unearthly, blood-red glow. The shadows seemed to crawl along the walls, warping, twisting, and you thought you saw something moving in the darkness just beyond the firelight. "Make your choice," the figure repeated, its voice a whisper that filled the room, the lodge, the forest beyond. "The forest speaks. It always speaks. And now it speaks to you." Your heart raced as the weight of the choice pressed down on you. You had come to this place seeking something, but what had you truly been looking for? Was it escape from your life? A moment of peace from the chaos of the world outside? Or had you, on some subconscious level, known that there was something more out there, something that called to you from the depths of the forest, something that had been waiting for someone like you? The elderly man's eyes widened as he took a cautious step toward you, his voice cracking with desperation. "Don't listen to it. It's all a trap, a bargain with the forest itself. You won't escape it. No one has." He took a breath, his hands shaking. "I thought I could outrun it. I thought I could hide from what I'd seen, but it follows you always. Even if you leave this place, it follows." Your mind reeled, unable to fully process the words. You wanted to scream, to run, but something about the figure held you there, its presence anchoring you to the spot. You could feel the forest closing in around you, through the walls, through the floor, through the very air you breathed. The wind howled louder outside, a shrill, mournful sound that felt like a warning. The figure stepped closer to you, its movements smooth and unnerving. Its hood seemed to billow with the wind, but the face beneath it was still hidden, obscured by darkness. The temperature in the room dropped, and your breath caught in your throat as the figure's shadow stretched across the floor, impossibly long, consuming the space around it. You can choose to walk away, the figure whispered, its voice like a soft caress. But the forest will never leave you. Not after it has seen you. Not after it has touched you. It does not forget. The man's voice broke through the tension, his eyes wild, desperate. Don't listen to it. Please don't. But the figure ignored him, its hollow gaze still locked onto you. You are not like the others. You have felt the pull. And now the price must be paid. You had a choice, didn't you? You could leave this place, walk out into the storm and return to the world you knew. But would you ever truly escape? The figure's words gnawed at you, their weight sinking deeper into your mind. You could run, but you would always hear the whispers of the forest behind you, always feel its eyes on your back. Always feel that pull, that hunger waiting to claim you. And yet, to accept, to listen to what the forest offered, what would that cost? Your soul? Your sanity? Or something far worse? The figure's voice rang out again, a chilling invitation. Choose now. The forest has waited long enough. The wind outside screeched, the storm raging in violent, crashing waves. You felt the pull of the darkness in the room, the pull of the figure, and the pull of the forest itself, calling to you with a voice that was no longer just a whisper. It was a roar in your blood. What would you do? The weight of the moment hung heavy in the room, suffocating everything else. Your heart pounded against your chest, each beat so loud it threatened to drown out the wind outside, the thunder, the crackling of the fire. Everything felt distant, unreal, as though the world around you was unraveling, thread by thread. The figure's hollow gaze never wavered, its presence a silent command that made every instinct in you scream to run, to flee, to break free from this nightmare. But your body refused to move. It was as though the very air around you had thickened, each breath heavier than the last, each second stretching out, painfully slow. The fire flickered, casting strange, jittery light across the room, as though the flames were struggling to remain steady, fighting against the oppressive atmosphere that had settled in. The elderly man's voice, now desperate, broke through the suffocating silence. You don't know what it's like, what you're really asking for. His eyes were wide with terror, his face pale, as though the act of speaking the words was costing him. His body was trembling, but not from the cold. No, it was fear. Raw, primal fear. The stranger did not speak, its shadow still stretching unnaturally long across the floor, its presence growing as the storm outside raged harder. A low growl, distant yet unmistakable, rumbled from the forest. It was no animal's cry. It was something darker, deeper, a sound that chilled you to the very core. You looked at the figure again, its empty socket seeming to draw you in, a void that threatened to swallow you whole. What was it? What had it seen? What did it know that could make the very forest itself lean in, eager for an answer? The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of everything it promised to reveal. The figure took another step closer to you, its movements deliberate, measured like a predator circling its prey. It was almost as if it could sense your indecision, your hesitation, feeding off of it, pulling you further into its grasp. The fire sputtered, the flames licking higher, then flickering out, leaving the room bathed in a dull, cold glow. You can still turn away, it said, its voice no longer a whisper but a low, rasping growl, as if it were speaking from deep within the earth itself. But if you do, the forest will mark you. It will follow you always. It does not forget. It does not release those who seek answers. The air in the room thickened further, and for a moment, the lodge seemed to bend inward, the walls warping, the floor sinking, as if the very structure of the building was being drawn into the earth. Your stomach lurched, the sensation nauseating. The storm outside was nothing compared to the tempest that was brewing in the lodge itself. You took a step back, but your feet felt like they were glued to the floor. Every instinct screamed at you to leave, to escape, to run back into the night and vanish into the pouring rain. But something held you here. The air itself was thick with the figure's words, its presence, and the pull of the forest that had already sunk its claws into your very being. The figure's voice softened, yet still carried that same bone-deep weight. What will you choose then? Will you face the truth the forest has to offer, or will you deny it and suffer in silence, forever haunted by what you could have known? The elderly man's eyes burned with an intensity you hadn't seen before, a quiet pleading that seemed to scream, "Don't let it take you." But there was something else in his gaze too, something darker, something he hadn't revealed. The desperation in his face was mirrored by something else, something unspoken, hidden beneath his fear. "You think you can handle what the forest offers?" He spat, his voice barely more than a whisper, raw with emotion. "You don't understand what you're asking. The forest will take it all, everything you thought you knew, everything you thought you had control over. It will strip you down to nothing." The room grew colder still. You felt the hairs on the back of your neck rise, a chill sweeping down your spine, and your pulse quickened. The figure stepped forward again, its form growing larger with each movement, enveloping the space in its presence. It wasn't a person, not anymore. It was something ancient, something primal, with the power to reach into your very soul. "You will never be the same," it murmured, its voice caressing the air like a lover's whisper. "But in that change you will see the truth of this place, the truth of the forest, the truth of yourself." You felt the ground beneath you shift again, like it was unstable, trembling with the weight of the decision you were about to make. The storm outside howled louder, the sound crashing into the lodge like a wave, shaking the very timbers of the building. And yet, the figure stood before you, unyielding, its hollow eyes fixed on you with unblinking intensity. "Choose now," it insisted, its tone a mix of threat and promise. "The forest waits." The elderly man let out a strangled cry, his hand shaking violently as he gripped the knife beneath his cloak. "You don't have to go through with this," he begged. "Please, I can help you. We can leave. We can still escape." But you didn't move. Your feet were still frozen to the floor, and your mind was no longer your own. The forest was in you now, its whispers, its dark promises winding their way into your very thoughts. The air thickened, pressing in from all sides. You could hear the distant rustle of the trees outside, the call of something deep within the woods. It wasn't just the figure that was watching you now. It was the forest itself, and you were its prey. The figure's voice broke the silence one last time, cold and final. "You've heard the forest call. You know its truth. Now what will you pay?" The figure loomed before you, its shadow stretching across the walls, its hollow eyes burning into your very soul. The storm outside raged on, now an almost deafening roar, but inside the lodge there was an eerie stillness. Every breath you took seemed louder than the last, and every heartbeat felt like it was echoing through the room. You couldn't tell whether it was the forest or the figure itself that had your thoughts in such a vice grip, but it didn't matter. The choice had already been made, hadn't it? Somewhere deep down you knew this was inevitable. The man behind you, the elderly man who had warned you, now stood frozen, his face pale and drawn with fear. He had backed away slightly, his eyes never leaving the figure. But there was something different in his gaze, something not quite fear but resignation. It was as if he had given up, as if he had already accepted the path that was unfolding before you. You opened your mouth to speak, to say anything, but the words caught in your throat. The air was thick with something indescribable, a weight that pressed down on you, making it impossible to speak or even move. The figure's gaze never wavered, its hollow presence filling the room like a suffocating cloud. You felt its influence creeping into your very bones, wrapping around your mind, pulling at your consciousness. "You felt it, haven't you?" the figure said, its voice deep and low, reverberating through the walls of the lodge. "The pull. The call of the forest. It's never just a coincidence when it finds someone. The forest is patient, but it is never without purpose. It has waited for you." A shiver ran down your spine. The words felt like they were cutting through the fog in your mind, finding the very core of you, stripping away all the doubts, the fear. It has waited for you. The storm outside intensified, the wind howling through the trees in a desperate, chaotic frenzy, as if the earth itself was being torn apart. The lodge creaked in response, as if the very structure of the building was buckling under the weight of whatever was happening. The flames in the hearth flickered wildly, casting eerie, contorted shadows that seemed to move independently, crawling along the walls and ceiling. "You already know," the figure continued, its voice like a whisper that somehow filled every corner of the room. "What the forest seeks, what it demands." It took a slow step forward, its presence expanding, and the temperature in the room dropped even further. The chill was now biting, cutting through the fabric of your clothes and sinking deep into your skin. Your teeth began to chatter from the cold, but it was not from the outside storm. This was something far colder. The elderly man, his face now shadowed with a haunted look, opened his mouth, but no words came out. Instead, he turned his eyes to you, desperate, pleading, almost as if begging for forgiveness. He knew what was coming. He knew the price. "You don't have to do this," he finally managed, his voice cracking with emotion. You don't understand the cost. I thought I could escape. I thought I could outrun it. But you cannot escape once it has claimed you. The figure's form shifted, like a ripple through water. It was as if the very air around it bent and swirled, distorting reality. For a moment, you thought you saw the figure's face, though it was hidden beneath the cloak's shadows. There were no eyes, no mouth, only darkness, an abyss so deep that it swallowed everything in its wake. You cannot outrun what is already in you, the figure murmured, its voice like a low, distant hum reverberating in your skull. The forest has marked you, and once it does, it never forgets. You are already part of its web. There is no turning back. A wave of cold washed over you, and in that moment you knew deep in your bones, that the figure was right. The forest had called to you long before you had stepped foot in this lodge. It had been waiting, watching, pulling at the very fibers of your soul. And now, standing before you, it was offering the truth, a truth that would forever change you. The wind outside screamed, louder now, more furious, and the earth seemed to tremble beneath you. It was as though the storm itself was alive, a creature bound to the forest's will. You could hear it, hear the trees, the whispers of the ancient woods, calling from beyond the windows, from the very heart of the forest. The figure stepped closer, its form shifting like a shadow, twisting and morphing in the firelight. "I am not your enemy," it said, its voice now a mere murmur, like a soft, forbidden promise. "I am the messenger. The forest chooses, and those who are chosen are bound to it." Your eyes flicked to the elderly man, whose face had gone utterly hollow, as if he were already a shell of the person he once was. His gaze was empty, distant, lost to the weight of what he had seen, what he had endured. The forest had taken him, broken him, and now it was asking for you. "What is the price?" you managed to croak, the words scraping against your throat as if the question itself were too much to bear. The figure's lips parted, though no sound came out at first. And then, in the same low, haunting voice, it spoke the truth that was almost too unbearable to hear. "The price," it said, each word hanging like an anchor, "is your memory, your past. All that you have known, all that you have lived, will be taken. You will no longer remember the life you left behind, the faces of those you loved. The forest will become your reality. Its trees, its shadows, its whispers will be all that you know. You will be lost to it. But you will know, you will understand the truth. The ancient truth that has been buried beneath the soil for eons." The room grew impossibly cold as the words settled in your chest. The price is your memory. You had come to this place seeking something, but this was more than you had ever imagined. More than you could comprehend. You felt your hands tremble and your breath quicken. You looked again at the elderly man, whose face had grown pale, ghostly. He had already paid the price, and now it was your turn. The figure reached out, its fingers elongated, shadowy, impossibly long, and it touched your forehead lightly. You felt a cold rush of air, like a breeze passing through the lodge, and for a split second, everything went dark. Your memories, the faces, the moments, the life you had lived, all seemed to fade away like a dream slipping from your grasp. And in that moment you understood. You understood what it meant to be chosen, to be a part of the forest. And as the darkness enveloped you, you knew one thing for sure. You had just become one with the forest, and the forest would never let you go. The coldness lingered, pressing down on you like a thick, suffocating fog. Your vision swam, and for a moment, you weren't sure if your eyes were open or if you had descended into a strange, dark dream. The figure's fingers were still on your forehead, and as the chill spread from where it touched you, it felt like something was being pulled from you, something vital, something irreplaceable. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Seconds felt like hours, and hours like minutes. Your mind swirled with fragmented thoughts, half-formed memories, and the unmistakable sense of being lost. Not physically, no. It was something much deeper. A loss that went to the very core of who you were. Your identity was slipping through your fingers like sand, and the harder you tried to hold onto it, the faster it vanished. The wind outside howled like a chorus of voices, the trees groaning in protest as though they too were aware of the transformation happening inside the lodge. The fire sputtered, its flames struggling to remain steady, as if even it sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, a rush of images overwhelmed you, flashes of your life. Faces, places, voices, but they were fragmented, disjointed. A woman you thought you knew, her laughter ringing in your ears, but her name was slipping away from your grasp. A house you once lived in, the warmth of a bed, the smell of fresh bread baking in the oven, yet it was all fading, blurring into something distant, something foreign. The figure's grip tightened, and you felt a sharp pain shoot through your mind, a jagged sensation like shards of glass stabbing through your thoughts. The pain was almost unbearable, but the figure didn't let go. Its presence loomed larger in your mind, its voice echoing like a distant chant. Let go. The words were not spoken aloud, but whispered directly into your consciousness, each one sending tremors of terror through your body. You are a part of this now. You are the forest child, its chosen. Your past is nothing. Your future, only what the forest decides. The figure's words wrapped themselves around your thoughts, tying them in knots, until all that remained was its voice. The storm outside intensified, the wind shaking the lodge with a primal fury, rattling the walls, the windows. But it felt as though the noise was coming from inside, from within your own mind. You were no longer separate from the forest. You were inside it, a part of its ancient heart. With a jolt, you broke free from the figure's grasp, at least physically. You staggered back, gasping for breath, your heart hammering in your chest. But the world around you seemed wrong. The edges of the room were warping, twisting like the gnarled branches of the ancient trees outside. The shadows were alive, creeping and shifting across the walls as if they had a will of their own. The lodge, the safe, familiar lodge, was no longer just a place. It was part of something else. The walls seemed to breathe, the air felt thick, almost too dense to move through. You turned toward the door, desperate to escape, but as you took a step, you froze. Outside the window, the forest was no longer just a blur in the rain. It was watching you. The trees swayed with a strange, unnatural rhythm, their branches reaching toward the lodge, their trunks twisting and turning as though they were alive. The dark, wet foliage beyond the windows seemed to pulse, like a heartbeat. The whispers, low and insistent, began again, this time louder, more distinct. It was as if the entire forest was speaking in unison, a cacophony of voices, each one 1,000 years old. You are ours now. The words didn't just fill the room. They filled your mind. They felt like 1,000 thorns being driven into your skin, burrowing deeper and deeper until they reached the very marrow of your bones. The pain wasn't physical. It was something far worse. A disintegration of your very sense of self. You stumbled backward, feeling the coldness of the lodge like an iron grip on your heart. You looked back at the elderly man, his form now a shadow, his eyes hollow, the fear still there, but something else now too. Resignation. Acceptance. You felt it too, you said, your voice shaking. It wasn't a question. It was a realization. The man's lips trembled, and for a brief moment, you saw the flicker of something human behind the emptiness in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He nodded, his shoulders slumping with the weight of his own knowledge. The forest, it takes, he whispered. And when it does, you lose more than just your memories. You lose everything. Who you are. Everything you were is devoured by it. It becomes a part of you. There is no escaping it. Not for me. Not for anyone. The whispers grew louder, the voices of the forest now blending into one deafening roar, shaking the very air in the lodge. The trees outside pressed in closer, their limbs extending like the fingers of some monstrous, unseen hand. The figure had not moved, but you could feel its presence, looming behind you like a shadow. Its voice, low and penetrating, echoed in your mind. You have been chosen, it said, and now you are bound to us, bound to the forest, bound to the night. The storm raged on outside, but it was no longer just a storm. It was the forest itself, its rage spilling over, its fury flooding the world. The rain now felt like a deluge, a torrent from the heavens, as if the sky itself had been ripped open by the sheer force of the forest's hunger. You could hear the forest calling to you, whispering your name, beckoning you. It wasn't a command, but a seduction, an invitation to surrender, to become a part of something greater, something eternal. You could leave, you knew. But you also knew that the forest's reach was long. It would not let you go. As the last remnants of your memories, the faces, the moments, the life you had lived, faded into darkness, you realized that you were no longer alone in this lodge. The forest had taken you. And in the silence, in the darkness, you understood what the figure had meant. You were the forest now. You were its child, its heart. The darkness pressed in around you, thick and suffocating, as though the very walls of the lodge were closing in. The whispers of the forest were louder now, their voices intertwining like vines, wrapping around your thoughts and sinking deep into your mind. You could no longer tell where you ended and the forest began. Every pulse, every heartbeat felt like the beating of the earth itself. You tried to move, to escape, but your feet felt like lead. The room shifted around you, twisting and warping, as if reality itself was bending under the weight of the forest's influence. The windows, once clear, now reflected only the deep shadows of the trees beyond. The The rain beat against the panes like the thumping of a heart, loud, insistent. The forest was alive, was watching, and it was waiting. You have felt it, haven't you? The figure's voice was not just heard but felt, resonating through every fiber of your being. It wasn't coming from outside of you anymore, it was inside your mind, inside your blood. You were always meant to be here. The forest does not choose carelessly. It calls to those whose souls have wandered too far, those who are ripe for its hunger. The figure stepped closer, its presence almost suffocating. You could feel the weight of its gaze, though you couldn't see its eyes, only the endless shadow beneath the hood. The very air seemed to crackle with its energy. Once you hear the call, there is no turning back, it whispered. You are bound to the forest now, not by chains, but by the very essence of what you are. A sharp pang of pain shot through your head, and you gasped, clutching your temples. Memories, fragments, flashed before your eyes. Faces you didn't recognize, places you'd never been, a life that didn't belong to you. Were these your memories, or the forest? You couldn't tell. The line between what was real and what was not had blurred so completely, you weren't sure if you had ever been human at all. The elderly man was still standing at the periphery of your vision, but he was no longer the same. He had become something else, his features twisted, lost like a hollowed-out shell. His face was a mask of fear, but there was something else too. Acceptance. He had known what this would be like. He had known what the price was. You're not alone, he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. None of us are. We are all part of it now. The forest claims what it desires, and it desires you. His eyes were empty, hollow. It takes everything, all that you are, all that you will ever be. And when you think you've lost everything, it offers you a place in its heart. The lodge trembled again, the walls groaning, as if the very bones of the building were giving way to something far older, far more ancient. The whispers outside grew louder, their voices now not just words, but images, feelings, ideas. The forest was no longer just an entity. It was everything. The trees, the wind, the rain, the fire. And you were a part of it now. You could feel the roots of the trees growing deep into the earth, weaving through your body, connecting you to the soil, to the very heartbeat of the world itself. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and decay, the smell of life and death intertwined. You could almost taste it, this ancient earthy scent that clung to your skin and filled your lungs. It was the scent of the forest's power. And now it was your power. You could feel it pulsing in your veins, ancient and deep, like something that had been buried for centuries, waiting to rise. The fire in the hearth crackled and popped, its flames flickering and twisting unnaturally, casting long, grotesque shadows on the walls. They seemed to move of their own accord, crawling across the room like sentient things. You turned to the fire, drawn to its flickering light, but it was no longer just a fire. It was a portal, an entrance to the forest's true heart. Do you see it? The figure's voice was soft now, a whisper meant only for you. The heart of the forest beats within the fire, within the shadows. The forest does not live in one place. It is not confined to trees or to soil. It exists in all things, in every breath you take, in every step you make. It is the pulse of the world. You turned toward the fire again, and for the first time you saw it. The flame had shifted, now swirling in a slow, mesmerizing dance, forming shapes, symbols, ancient runes that seemed to pull at the very fabric of your mind. They were not words, not in any language you knew, but they spoke to you in a way that transcended language. A language older than any you had ever known. The symbols flickered, changing as the flames grew higher. They seemed to reach toward you as if begging you to step closer, to cross the threshold between the lodge and the forest. And as you gazed into the fire, you could see beyond it, into the heart of the forest itself. The trees rose up like sentinels, their branches heavy with the weight of ages. The shadows danced between the trunks, beckoning you, whispering your name. The figure was still there, watching, waiting, its shadow stretching across the room. This is it. This is where it begins and where it ends. The forest is not a place, but a force. It is life and death, creation and destruction, all bound together by the pulse of the earth. And now you are a part of it. You are the forest child. It will feed on you. It will shape you. And you will give yourself to it, just as those who came before you did. You could hear the rustle of the trees now, like a voice just beyond your reach. The wind picked up, howling, its mournful cry filling the room. The forest wanted you. It needed you. You took a hesitant step forward, your body moving without your command, drawn to the fire, to the dark promise that it held. The flames licked at the air, hot and cold at once, pulling you into their embrace. This is your place, the figure whispered. The forest is eternal. It will always call to those who can hear it. And now that you have heard it, you cannot turn away. The fire blazed hotter, brighter, its light casting strange, twisting shadows on the walls. The wind screamed louder outside, the storm reaching its apex. And in that moment, standing on the precipice of the unknown, you understood what it meant to be a part of something ancient, something vast. The forest had claimed you, and there was no escaping its embrace. The fire in the hearth surged higher, and as the flames danced, they seemed to blur and twist, forming fleeting images. At first, they were small, disjointed, fragments of a life that seemed like someone else's. Faces, fleeting moments, strangers laughing, a hand reaching out, an old house, a field of flowers swaying in the breeze. These fragments were sharp, vivid, and then just as quickly they dissipated, leaving only shadows in their wake. You stepped closer to the fire, compelled, as though some force beyond your control was guiding you. The flames flickered, forming strange symbols in the air, runes that seemed to shift and pulse like the rhythm of a beating heart. Each symbol held power, ancient and unyielding. They whispered something to you, something that danced on the edge of your understanding. Come closer. The voice was the wind, the earth, the very essence of the forest itself. It seeped into your bones, vibrating through your chest and mind, as though the trees were calling to you, their roots winding through your soul. You could feel them pulling at you, their energy like a magnet, drawing you deeper into their web. The lodge, once a place of refuge, now felt like a cage, its walls warping and breathing, alive with a hunger that you couldn't escape. The trees outside, visible through the window, were no longer just shadows in the rain. They were living, breathing entities, their branches curling and twisting like the fingers of some ancient god. The forest had come alive and it was speaking to you. It was pulling you into its embrace, and this time there would be no turning back. The elderly man's voice broke through the growing tension, weak, trembling. "You don't understand," he said, his words barely more than a whisper. "It's too late for me, but there's still time for you. There's always a choice even now. Please listen to me." But you didn't hear him. Not really. His voice was distant, fading like the last echoes of a dream slipping away in the dawn. The forest was louder now, its whispers filling your mind, pushing out everything else. The world around you seemed to distort, to fall away, leaving only the raw pulse of the trees, the crackling of the fire, and the swirling darkness beyond. The figure in the corner, its presence still looming, didn't move, but you could feel it watching you, waiting. It had always been waiting. "You are part of it now," the figure said, its voice thick with the weight of centuries. "The forest has accepted you just as it has accepted those before you. The life you once knew is no longer yours to claim. You have crossed the threshold, and now you must walk the path." The fire flared violently, the room growing impossibly hot, but it wasn't a warmth you could feel on your skin. It was the heat of the forest's breath, of the earth's fiery heart beneath the soil. The flames stretched outward, engulfing the room, their light shifting from gold to an unnatural green, casting the walls in a sickly glow. The shadows now moved with purpose, stretching and contracting as if they were alive, sentient. "The path of the forest is long." The words rumbled deep in your chest, coming from everywhere at once, the air itself vibrating with them. "There is no end to it. There is no beginning. There is only the journey, the endless path that stretches beneath the trees." The lodge around you seemed to dissolve, the walls cracking and peeling away like dead leaves being carried away in the wind. The room stretched, distorted, and suddenly you found yourself standing outside, though not outside the lodge. No, you were standing at the edge of the forest, the trees towering above you, their trunks thick and ancient, stretching up into the night sky. The rain had stopped, but the air was thick with humidity, and the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filled your nostrils. The path was before you, a narrow trail that wound its way deep into the heart of the forest. The trees leaned in close, their branches like skeletal hands reaching for you, their leaves rustling in the breeze like whispers. The ground was soft beneath your feet, spongy with the life of the forest, its roots thick and tangled, threatening to trip you with every step. You took a step forward, and the air grew heavier, as if the forest itself were inhaling with you. Each step you took was like a drop in an ocean, a ripple through the very fabric of reality. The path stretched on endlessly, a ribbon of darkness, bordered by trees that seemed to grow darker the further you went. It wasn't a path that led somewhere. It was a path that kept you walking, always walking, deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest. And the forest you knew would never let you leave. The whispers grew louder until they were no longer whispers at all. They were voices, clear and distinct, calling your name, beckoning you forward. You couldn't see their faces, but you could feel them, feel the presence of the countless souls who had walked this path before you. They had been here lost, wandering just like you. And now they were part of the forest. The forest had them just as it had you. You will walk this path until you understand. The figure's voice echoed in your mind, distant but clear. Until you become one with the forest. There is no escape. The forest does not forget. And when you have walked long enough, you will forget yourself. The ground beneath your feet began to change. The soft, spongy earth turned to something harder, colder, like stone, and the trees that lined the path grew closer, their branches curling inward as if to trap you. The wind picked up again, rustling the leaves, but this time, the whispers didn't sound like they were coming from the trees. They were coming from inside you. Your heart raced, but the fear no longer paralyzed you. It was a part of you now. The fear was the forest, and you were beginning to understand what it meant to be a part of something ancient, something that was both alive and dead, something that had always existed, and would always exist, even if you had forgotten the world outside. You could feel the path pulling you forward step by step. It was your destiny, your fate, to follow it. There was no stopping now. There was no turning back. As you walked deeper into the forest, the shadows grew longer, the trees pressing in closer, their gnarled branches reaching for you like fingers, like hands. The whispers were louder now, no longer just a murmur in the wind, but a chorus of voices calling your name, urging you onward. And then, just as the path began to curve and the trees grew thicker, you saw it, a light in the distance. Soft, golden, like a distant star glowing in the heart of the forest. It was the only thing that seemed to break the darkness. And even though you knew it was a trick, that it would pull you deeper, you couldn't resist. You reached for it. The light grew brighter, closer, and with each step, you knew you were crossing further into the unknown, where the boundaries of the forest were the only truth that existed. And as you reached the light, you knew one thing for sure. The forest had claimed you body and soul. And now you would walk its endless path forever. The light ahead flickered, pulsed like the steady beat of a distant heart. Each step you took seemed to stretch the distance between you and the glow, and yet with every step, the light grew brighter, more inviting. But you knew deep down that it wasn't an escape, it wasn't a sanctuary. It was a lure. The forest was calling you to it, drawing you into its deepest, most secret place, where all things came to rest, to be lost, to be swallowed whole. The ground beneath your feet was still soft, but now there were other sensations. A faint tremor in the earth, a deep, unsettling hum that vibrated through your bones. The trees, dark and towering, loomed like sentinels, their bark slick with age, veins of moss crawling along their trunks like something alive. The path itself seemed to pulse with a rhythm, a heartbeat of its own, as if it had a will, a mind, a hunger. You reached the edge of the clearing, the light now blinding, and for a moment you stopped. The whispering had intensified, becoming an overwhelming chorus, 1,000 voices, 1,000 souls, each calling out to you, each beckoning you forward. They were all here, weren't they? Every lost soul, every wanderer, every broken thing that had stepped onto this path, swallowed by the forest. And now you were one of them. The forest had claimed you just as it had claimed the others. But what would it do with you? What would you become? The light shifted, and you realized it wasn't just a light, it was a fire. A blazing flame, hotter and more intense than anything you had ever seen. But it didn't burn the trees. It didn't scorch the ground. It pulsed like the heart of something ancient, something older than time itself. The fire was alive. It beckoned. You couldn't fight it, couldn't pull away. Your feet moved as if by their own volition, carrying you closer to it, the light dazzling your senses. Every fiber of your being screamed to turn back, to leave, but something else held you there. Something deeper than fear. It was curiosity. It was a need. A thirst that had no name. And when you reached the edge of the flame, you felt it. The heat washed over you, not burning, but filling you, pressing into your soul, like the kiss of something that had waited for you, something that had been longing for your presence. Step into the fire, the voice whispered from the depths of the forest, the figure's voice now a part of you, a part of the wind, the trees, the fire. Feel the truth. Feel what lies beyond the veil of memory. You reached out a trembling hand, your fingers brushing against the flame. The heat was overwhelming, but it didn't scorch you. Instead, it was as if the fire was inside you now, deep within, filling you with a fire that matched the one burning in the heart of the forest. The flames licked at your skin, your soul, and suddenly your vision blurred. In that moment, everything changed. The world around you, the trees, the darkness, the distant whispers, they all disappeared. The forest faded, slipping away as if it were made of nothing more than mist. You were no longer standing in the clearing. You were floating, drifting through a vast, empty space, where time and place had no meaning. And then the truth began to unfold. You were no longer who you thought you were. You weren't just a wanderer lost in the woods, pulled into the forest by fate. You were part of the forest itself, a fragment of its ancient power, its eternal hunger. You could feel the earth beneath you, the soil, the roots, but you weren't bound to it anymore. You were the forest, the trees, the whispering winds. You were everything and nothing all at once. And the fire in your chest, it was you, and it was the heart of the forest pulsing together. You understood now, at last, what the forest truly wanted, what it always wanted. It wanted to consume, to become. It was not just alive, it was a living, breathing thing, constantly growing, always reaching for more. But it did not take in the way you had thought. No, the forest didn't just take life, it merged with it. And now you were part of that union. The fire had filled you, ignited something within you, and now you were the flame, the darkness, the wind, and the roots. You were a reflection of the ancient force that had always existed here. The path you had walked was not one of escape. It was a path of becoming. And now you understood what it meant to be chosen by the forest. You were no longer separate. You had never truly been. You had always been a part of this eternal cycle. You are the heart now, the voice said, gentle but firm. You are what you were meant to be. The forest will never let you go. It never has, and it never will. The voice was no longer just the figures. It was the voice of the trees, the wind, the earth. It was the forest itself. You could hear it, feel it in your blood, in your bones. And in that moment you saw them. The ones who had come before you, the lost souls, the broken beings. They were not gone. They were here, in the trees, in the roots, in the soil. They had merged with the forest, become one with it, just as you would, just as you had. The forest had given them purpose. It had shaped them. It had remade them. And now you would do the same. You opened your eyes. No, you hadn't closed them. It was the world that had opened. The veil had been lifted, and the truth was clear. The forest had swallowed you whole, and in return, it had shown you everything. There was no more you. There was only the forest. Only the eternal living web of roots, branches, wind, and fire. You were not lost. You were home. The path ahead was clear now. Endless. The journey was not a single step. It was an infinite road stretching deep into the forest, into the heart of everything. And you would walk it forever. The world around you trembled, like the earth itself was shaking off the last remnants of its forgotten past. Time, space, and memory felt meaningless now. The path beneath your feet stretched endlessly, winding through a forest that was no longer simply trees and soil. It was more than that. It was the path. And you were walking it, always moving forward, but never reaching an end. You could feel the forest's pulse, its rhythm. It was alive, yes, but not in the way that anything had ever been alive before. This was something deeper, older, something beyond flesh and bone. The roots of the trees whispered in your mind, their voice is not a sound, but a sensation, a vibration that resonated with something in your very soul. The branches above, dark and twisted, arced across the sky like fingers, their leaves rustling with a quiet hum, a language you couldn't fully understand, yet you felt it in your chest. You were part of this, and the realization settled into you like the weight of the earth. You had always been part of it. The forest had always been a part of you. Every step you took now was an acknowledgement of that truth. The ground beneath you shifted with each movement, like the earth was breathing, sighing. The trees shifted too, their trunks creaking and groaning as if stretching their limbs, growing ever closer to the heavens, to the stars that had begun to appear overhead in the dark sky. The forest was never still, never static. It was in constant motion, growing, twisting, evolving, becoming something new. The whispers never stopped. They had become a constant hum in the back of your mind, like a melody you couldn't quite place, but one that filled every corner of your consciousness. You knew now that they were the voices of the lost, the souls who had walked the path before you, who had become part of the forest's eternal rhythm. They were here, in the wind, in the soil, in the flickering shadows of the trees. They had all surrendered, and now they were part of the forest's breath. It was overwhelming, this presence. It was not just a forest. It was a consciousness, an awareness that stretched across the land as old as the earth itself. And now you were woven into it, a thread in the ever-expanding tapestry of life and death. You continued walking, though the path was no longer visible in the way you once understood. It was just there, stretching forward, inviting you deeper. There was no choice anymore. There had never been a choice. The forest had claimed you long ago. And then the first light appeared. It was faint, flickering between the branches like a distant star. But it grew brighter, until the light surrounded you completely, bathing you in its ethereal glow. It wasn't the light of the sun or the moon. It was something different, something older. A flame that burned without consuming, a fire that wasn't just heat, but presence. The heart of the forest. You felt it pull at you. Not with force, but with an invitation, a gentle tug at your very being. It was an embrace, soft and yet impossibly strong. The light surrounded you, and in that moment you understood. This was the forest's true face. The light was not a beacon. It was the essence of the forest, its truth, its core. The fire that had once called to you from the heart of the lodge now enveloped you, merging with the flame inside your chest. You felt it all at once. Understanding, clarity, and an all-consuming sense of unity. The forest did not just exist around you. It was you. Welcome home, child of the forest. The voice came from everywhere, from the trees, the wind, the very earth beneath your feet. It was the voice of the forest, but now it was your voice too. You understood. The forest had always spoken to you, but now you were speaking to it. The flames, once dancing in the hearth, now burned within you, igniting the blood in your veins. It was not a painful fire. It was a fire of creation, of rebirth. It was the warmth of life and death intertwined, of things being made anew, of the endless cycle that the forest had always known. We are one. You are the forest now. The words echoed, resounding like the crash of thunder through the trees. You felt the weight of them not as a burden, but as a liberation. There was no more you. There was only the forest, the endless path, the eternal breath of the earth. The trees around you seemed to bend and sway with the rhythm of the world, their leaves shimmering in the firelight, whispering their secrets. You could hear them now, not with your ears, but with your very soul. They had always been there, watching, waiting, and now they were speaking to you, sharing their ancient knowledge, their eternal wisdom. And the fire in your chest grew brighter, stronger, until it engulfed you completely, until it was no longer just inside you, but all around you. The fire was the forest. The forest was the fire. And you had become a part of that fire, a part of the pulse that had sustained this place for eons. You closed your eyes, and in the darkness, you saw the path stretching before you, an infinite road that wound through the heart of the forest, through the very core of existence itself. There was no end, no beginning. There was only the journey. There was only the forest and you walking with it forever. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the fire inside you settled. It was no longer an all-consuming blaze, but a steady, quiet warmth, like the embers of a fire that had been burning for centuries. You were not consumed. You had been transformed. The path ahead beckoned, stretching forward into the unknown, into the endless night. But you were not afraid. The forest had claimed you, but it had also made you a part of it. You had become the trees, the earth, the wind. You had become the endless cycle of life and death. You had become the forest's eternal walk. And as you took your next step, you knew that there was no going back. There never had been. The fire within you continued to burn, though now it was more like a steady ember, its warmth deep and pervasive. It was no longer a wild blaze, but a contained, steady heat, like the pulse of the earth itself. The rhythm of the forest thrummed through your veins, and you could feel it not just around you but inside you, a deep, familiar vibration that had once been foreign, now intimately known. You took another step forward, the path stretching endlessly before you, the trees on either side towering like silent sentinels. The wind whispered through the leaves, a sound like a soft sigh, like the breath of the earth itself. You could hear it now, the forest speaking in its ancient, ageless tongue, a language that you had once struggled to understand, but now you grasped it without thought. You are home. The words rang in your mind like the echo of a distant song, and you felt them deep within your chest. The voice was the forest, but it was also your own. You were part of it now, its breath, its heart, its eternal pulse. The path wound through the trees, curving and twisting like a living thing, always changing, always leading you deeper into the forest's heart. And with every step, you felt the forest's presence more deeply. The roots beneath your feet seemed to stretch out, brushing against your skin, alive, aware. The trees overhead shifted in the wind, their branches groaning like old bones, but it wasn't a sound of age, it was a sound of wisdom, of patience. The forest had been here before time itself. It had witnessed the birth of stars, the death of worlds. It had seen the rise and fall of civilizations, the ebb and flow of life and death. It was eternal, its roots stretching deep into the earth, its branches reaching into the sky. And now you were part of that eternal rhythm. The light in the distance, once bright and blinding, now softened to a gentle glow. It was no longer just a fire, it was a presence. A warmth that wrapped around you like a lover's embrace, a light that reached into your very soul. It beckoned you forward, and this time, you walked willingly, the fire in your chest igniting with a quiet power, a longing to understand what lay ahead. The path before you shifted again, opening up into a vast clearing. The trees that lined the perimeter were immense, their trunks wide as mountains, their leaves thick and full. Their roots twisted and turned, creating an intricate network beneath the earth, a web that connected everything. The clearing was bathed in soft, golden light, and in the center, there was a pool of water, still and serene, reflecting the sky above like a mirror. You stopped at the edge of the pool, your reflection staring back at you, not as you remembered but as something else. Your eyes were deeper, older, as if they had seen the passing of countless years, the weight of ages. Your face was still human, but there was something other there too, something ancient, something that belonged to the forest. The light from the fire, the warmth in your chest, seemed to converge in the pool. The water rippled, though there was no breeze, no disturbance in the air. It was as though the pool itself was alive, aware of your presence. And as the ripples spread outward, the surface of the water began to shift, revealing images. First, there was a flash of faces, strangers, some of them smiling, some of them angry, but all of them connected to you. People you had never met, yet knew. People from lives long past, people who had walked this path before. Their eyes stared back at you, unblinking, as if they were watching your every move, waiting for you to understand. They were not merely reflections. They were memories, fragments of those who had come before. Then the images changed. The forest, vast and unending, stretched out before you. The trees swayed in the wind, the leaves whispering their secrets. And in the distance you saw something moving, something large, something ancient. It was not a creature, not a beast, but a presence. A force that seemed to shape the very land around it. It moved through the forest like a shadow, bending the trees to its will, pulling them toward it, weaving them into a pattern, an endless dance. And then the water rippled again and you saw it. You, standing at the center of the forest, a figure surrounded by the trees, their branches reaching out like hands, caressing you, pulling you in. Your form was no longer just a body, no longer just a person. You were a part of the forest itself, its life, its breath, its soul. You could see the path stretching before you, winding through the trees, an infinite road that had no end, no beginning. The voice spoke again, but this time it was not just in your mind. It was in the water, in the trees, in the very air around you. It was the forest speaking in its deepest, most ancient language, and you understood it completely. This is the way. The voice was soft but powerful. This is the truth. The forest is not a place. It is a living, breathing being. It is life and death, creation and destruction. And now you are one with it. You are not a wanderer. You are not lost. You are home. The words settled over you like a heavy blanket, and in that moment you understood. The forest was not just a place. It was a force. It was the beating heart of the world, the breath of existence itself. And now you were part of it. There was no separation. There was only the forest and you, entwined forever in its eternal rhythm. The fire in your chest flared, and for a brief moment, you felt something beyond time, something beyond thought. You were not just in the forest. You were the forest. The trees, the roots, the wind, the water, they were all you and you were them. And with that understanding came something else, something darker. The forest had a hunger, an insatiable craving for more. It took, it devoured, it grew. And now you were part of that hunger, part of that cycle. But you did not fear it. You embraced it. You took another step, your feet moving across the earth, following the path that was now your own. And as you did, you felt the forest move with you, its presence surrounding you, its life pulsing through your veins. You were not lost. You were the forest, and the forest was you. With each step, the weight of eternity seemed to settle deeper into your bones. The forest was not a place you wandered through. It was a place that moved with you, an endless sea of life and memory that extended beyond the horizon, beyond time. You could feel the pulse of it in your veins, in your blood, in the very marrow of your bones. It was no longer just the world you inhabited, it was the world within you, its roots burrowing deep into the very core of your being. The fire within you burned steady and unyielding, its warmth spreading through your chest, a flame that neither consumed nor extinguished. It was a force of transformation, of creation and destruction. You had become the forest, its heartbeat, its breath, its endless, eternal rhythm. The trees, the soil, the sky, the wind, they were all you, and you were them. The path ahead continued to unfold, an infinite ribbon of darkness, winding deeper into the heart of the forest. Each turn was familiar yet strange, as though the very path was alive, shifting and changing as it needed. You no longer questioned where it was leading. It didn't matter. You had no destination now, no goal. The journey was the destination. The movement, the flow of the forest itself, was the only truth. The trees that lined the path were taller now, their trunks thick and gnarled, their roots twisting through the earth like the veins of an ancient being. Their branches reached high above, intertwining, their leaves a mass of deep, dark green, as if the forest were hiding a secret from the world. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a rich, intoxicating perfume that filled your lungs and made you feel alive, not in the way you once understood life, but in a deeper, more primal sense. The whispers were louder now. The voices of the forest, the spirits of those who had walked this path before, all merging into one. Their voices were not distinct anymore, but a continuous hum, a song that resonated deep in your chest, vibrating through every inch of you. You have become one with us. The voice was a blend of many, yet it spoke as one. The forest itself was speaking to you, and you understood every word. There is no turning back. There never was. The path curved ahead, and as you took another step, the world around you shifted. The forest seemed to open up, and in the distance you saw something, a flicker of movement, a shadow. At first, you thought it was an animal, a creature of the forest, but as you drew closer, you realized it was something else. It was a figure, tall and draped in darkness, standing just beyond the trees. Was you. But not the you once knew. This figure was larger, its form glowing with a strange, ethereal light. Its eyes were deep pools of blackness, empty yet full of something ancient, something eternal. It was a reflection of you, but also a part of you, a shadow that stretched from the depths of your soul. You stopped, unable to move. The figure stood still, its gaze never leaving you. For a long moment, there was only silence, the rustling of the leaves, the occasional creak of the branches, the far-off call of something unseen. The air felt thicker now, heavier, as if the very forest was holding its breath. Then the figure spoke, its voice not with words, but with presence. It wasn't just in your mind, it was inside you, reverberating in your chest, in your bones, in the very core of your being. You have crossed the threshold. Its voice was deep, resonant, like the sound of thunder in the distance. The path has brought you to me. You are the forest, and I am the shadow that guides it. You could feel its power, its weight pressing down on you. It was not an enemy. It was not a force to be fought. It was a part of you just as much as the fire within you, just as much as the forest itself. It was the shadow, the balance that existed in the heart of all things. Life and death, creation and destruction, the light and the dark. The figure's gaze deepened, and you felt something stir within you. It was an awakening, a realization. You will walk the path of the forest forever, the shadow said, its form flickering, its shape shifting like smoke. But you will not walk it alone. You are now the keeper of balance, the one who will carry the weight of the forest's eternal rhythm. The flame inside you, the fire that has become your soul, is a gift and a burden. The fire inside you pulsed, and for a moment, you felt its heat again, sharp, unyielding, filling you with an overwhelming sense of both power and responsibility. The figure stepped forward, its form dissolving into shadows, merging with the forest around you. Its eyes remained locked on yours, pulling you deeper into the essence of the forest, deeper into the rhythm of the world. You are the guardian now, the keeper of the flame. Its words were not just a command, they were a revelation. You understood them, felt them, like the very fabric of your being had been rewoven by them. The forest is alive, but it cannot thrive without its shadows, without its guardians, without its keepers. You will walk the path of creation, and you will walk the path of destruction, but you will never walk it alone. The shadows seemed to dissipate, blending into the trees, the earth, the very wind itself. And as it faded, the world around you grew still. The whispers fell silent, the hum of the forest song fading into a deep, unbroken silence. But it was not an empty silence. It was a presence, a knowing, a feeling that everything was as it should be. You stood alone now, but not really alone. The forest was with you. You were the forest, and the forest was you. The path stretched out before you, endless and eternal. There was no end to it, no destination, only the journey. The forest's pulse quickened, its rhythm resonating through your chest, through your blood. You were the keeper of its balance now. You were its flame. And as you took your first step forward, you knew that this journey would never end. There was no turning back. There had never been a choice. You were the forest's eternal guardian. The forest hummed with energy around you, a constant, undulating pulse that filled the air. It was the rhythm of life, of creation, of the earth itself. But now it was different. You were no longer an observer of the forest. You were its heart, its rhythm. Every step you took resonated with the ancient energy of the land, and every breath you drew was a breath the forest took with you. There was no more separation between you and the world around you. You were the forest and the forest was you. The path before you stretched endlessly, winding through the trees that now felt like old friends, their roots curling around your feet like welcoming arms. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, moss, and the faint, sweet perfume of flowers blooming in the shadows. The leaves above rustled in the wind, their whispers more distinct now, more purposeful. The forest was alive in ways you had never imagined, its voice an endless murmur, its stories whispered on the wind. But there was something new now, something heavier, more profound. The weight of your responsibility pressed down on you, like a cloak of ancient stone. You had always been a part of this, a part of the forest's eternal dance, but now you understood it differently. You had become the forest's guardian, its keeper. You were no longer simply a wanderer, drifting aimlessly through the woods. You were its protector, its soul, its eternal flame. And with that responsibility came the burden of balance, the burden of creation and destruction, of life and death. You could feel it now, deep in your chest, like a burning weight that would never be lifted. The forest needed you just as it needed the shadows, the light, the fire. Without its guardians, it would wither, its pulse fading into silence. Without you, there would be no balance. Your mind reeled with the weight of this truth. You were not just a part of the forest, you were its keeper. And it was no small task. The flames that burned inside you, the fire that pulsed in your veins, were not just a source of power. They were a responsibility. You would have to feed them, nurture them, stoke them into life, just as you would tend to the forest itself. And yet, the forest would demand from you. It would pull at you, consume you as it had done with those before you. The hunger of the forest was never truly satisfied. Could never be. You continued walking, but now your every step felt heavier, as if the very ground beneath your feet had gained weight. The trees, once friendly, now seemed to watch you more closely, their gnarled branches stretching out to touch you as you passed. The whispers had become clearer, their voices now distinct, like fragments of memories clawing their way through the thick veil of time. They were not just the voices of the forest, but the voices of those who had come before you, those who had worn the mantle of guardian before you. You carry our burden now. The words were like a sigh on the wind, but you heard them as clearly as if they had been spoken directly into your ear. The forest is not a sanctuary. It is a battleground. The path began to change, shifting in front of you, its once soft earth becoming more jagged, more treacherous. The trees ahead grew denser, their trunks twisted and warped, their roots clawing at the soil like fingers reaching from the depths of the earth. The air grew thick with an oppressive stillness, the whispering of the leaves now replaced by the low hum of something darker. You stopped for a moment, feeling the change in the air, the weight of the forest's shifting mood. Something had changed. Something was wrong. It calls to you. The voice echoed again, stronger this time. The darkness, the hunger. It is waking. It has always been here, waiting for the one who would answer its call. The air around you seemed to thicken, the shadows stretching deeper, darker, more oppressive. The forest, which had once felt like a living, breathing entity, now felt like something else entirely. Something that was watching, waiting, and it was drawing closer. You turned to look behind you, but the path was gone. The familiar trees had disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of darkness. The light of the forest, the warmth that had filled you, was fading, swallowed by the encroaching shadows. It is coming. The voice was no longer just a whisper. It was a roar, shaking the very air around you. The darkness is always waiting, always hungering. And now it is your duty to face it. You stood at the edge of a new clearing, one that was different from the others. The trees here were twisted, their bark blackened, their branches jagged, like claws reaching out to tear the sky. The ground beneath your feet was cracked, the soil dry and brittle, as if the life had been sucked from it. And in the center of the clearing there was a figure. It was tall, shrouded in shadow, its form flickering and shifting like smoke. It was a presence, not of flesh, but of something far older, far more primal. It was the hunger. It was the darkness that had always been present in the forest, waiting, watching. The figure did not move, but its presence was suffocating. It was not a creature to be slain. It was a force, an ancient entity that could not be fought with blades or fire. It could only be faced. You stepped forward, but your feet felt like lead, your body heavy with the weight of the burden you carried. The darkness before you seemed to pulse with life, its eyes glowing like coals, its gaze fixed on you. You are the guardian now. The voice of the forest reverberated through the clearing. You have taken the flame. But with the flame comes the shadow. You cannot have one without the other. The fire within you flared, igniting your chest with a sudden burst of heat, but the shadows around you seemed to swallow it, to suffocate it. You could feel the darkness pulling at you, gnawing at the edges of your consciousness, threatening to consume you. The figure took a step forward, its movement slow, deliberate, like the creeping crawl of time itself. It was both everywhere and nowhere, a presence that filled the very air, the very soil beneath your feet. You must face it. The voice echoed in your mind, the words clear and strong. Only then will the balance be restored. Only then will the forest thrive. The shadows reached out, tendrils of darkness curling toward you, but you did not step back. You could feel the fire within you, burning brighter, pushing against the darkness. You were the guardian. You had to face this. You had to become the balance. And as you stepped into the darkness, the forest around you fell silent, holding its breath, waiting for you to claim your place in its eternal cycle. As you stepped into the clearing, the air grew heavier with each breath, the darkness pressing against your skin, thick and suffocating. The fire inside you burned brighter, its warmth an anchor in the midst of the growing cold. The shadows before you were not just empty spaces. They were alive, moving, swirling like liquid darkness. They were a part of the forest just as much as the trees, the leaves, the wind. They were its counterpart, its mirror. And now they were your trial. The figure, the shadow, stood unmoving at the center of the clearing, its eyes like burning coals, watching you with an intensity that pierced into your very soul. It was no longer a distant presence. It was something closer, something inside you. You felt it crawl beneath your skin, stirring something deep within your chest. The hunger, the darkness. It was not outside you. It was a part of you. You are the keeper of the flame. The voice whispered again, but this time it felt different. It was not the comforting, steady hum of the forest. It was something more primal, more ancient. It was the forest's doubt. But how can you protect the light when the darkness is within you? How can you carry the flame when your very soul is made of shadows? The words echoed in your mind, wrapping around you like vines, squeezing tighter with every passing second. Your feet felt heavy like lead, but still you stood your ground. You were the guardian now. You had the fire. You had the strength. But it wasn't enough. The forest had made it clear that this was not a fight of flesh or strength. This was a fight of will, a test of heart. The darkness before you shifted, and the air grew colder still. A low rumble echoed in the distance, the sound of thunder that had no clouds, no storm. The earth trembled beneath your feet, but it wasn't fear. It was a deep, unsettling awareness, a knowing that something had shifted. The forest, the world, was waiting for you to act. Suddenly, the shadows swirled, swirling around the clearing like a storm, spinning, twisting, rushing toward you in waves. It was not an attack. It was a test. The shadows reached out, curling around your limbs, tugging at you, pulling at your very soul. You could feel them scratching at the edges of your mind, gnawing at the fire that burned within your chest. Face it. The voice demanded, its tone now like the creaking of ancient trees, like the whisper of wind through dry leaves. Embrace the darkness within you. Only then will the forest know your true worth. The shadows pulled harder, colder, but you stood firm. You could feel them tugging at your heart, at your thoughts, at the very flame that had become a part of you. They were trying to break you, to unravel the fire that kept you whole. But you would not let it. You could feel the fire inside you, and though the shadows threatened to engulf it, you knew something that the forest had not taught you. The fire was not just an energy. It was a choice to burn, a choice to rise. You closed your eyes and drew a slow breath, feeling the weight of the darkness around you, the crushing silence that filled the air. And then you made your choice. You opened your heart. The fire inside you flared, growing stronger with each breath, its heat intensifying until it felt as though the very air around you was vibrating with it. The shadows recoiled as the fire surged, pushed back by the warmth that radiated from within. But they did not disappear. They were still there, swirling at the edges of your vision, clawing at your consciousness. They were testing you, and so you embraced them. The darkness was not your enemy. It was your counterpart, your reflection. You could no longer deny it. You had become it. The flame that burned inside you was the light of creation, but the shadows that lurked within you were the balance, the necessary counterpoint. You reached out into the shadows, not with force, but with understanding. You felt the darkness swirl around your fingertips, cool and liquid, like the night sky that stretched out over the forest. You welcomed it. You did not fight it, but held it close, acknowledging its existence as part of the whole. And as you did, something changed. The shadows stopped pulling. They stopped fighting. Instead, they began to settle, swirling gently around you, wrapping you in their dark embrace. The figure at the center of the clearing, your reflection, your other self, began to dissolve, its shape flickering and fading as if it were no longer needed. You stood in the clearing, the fire within you steady and strong, the darkness around you no longer an enemy but a companion. The path ahead stretched out before you, and for the first time, you felt something you hadn't realized you'd lost: peace. The forest had tested you, had shown you its darkness, its hunger, its ever-present pull. And now it had seen that you were worthy. You had embraced both the fire and the shadow, the light and the dark. You were the balance the forest needed. You were not just its guardian, its keeper. You were its soul, its eternal flame that would burn bright in the face of darkness. You took a step forward, and the forest seemed to breathe with you. The air cleared, the tension lifting as the path ahead shimmered with the light of the fire within you, now steady and warm. The trees, their gnarled branches reaching out to the sky, seemed to bow as you passed, their roots deep beneath you, grounding you in the forest's endless rhythm. And though the path was long, though the forest stretched out in all directions, you knew now that there was nothing to fear. You had faced the darkness and emerged stronger. You had walked through the shadows and into the light. The forest was not an enemy. It was a partner, a reflection of all that was, all that is, and all that could be. You were the keeper of that balance, and it was your duty, your responsibility to carry it forward. The flame inside you, no longer a flicker but a steady burn, was the heart of the forest. And as you walked, the forest walked with you, its pulse now your pulse, its breath your breath. There was no end. There was only the journey. And you were not alone. The fire within you, now an ever-burning flame, pulsed in rhythm with the heartbeat of the forest. It was no longer a thing you held inside you, something that could be stoked or diminished. It was a part of you, an extension of your will, your soul. It had become your guide, your constant companion, and the very force that anchored you to the land. As you walked deeper into the forest, the path before you seemed to stretch infinitely, its curves and turns indistinct in the shadows. The trees grew taller, their trunks thick and twisted, their bark dark and weathered with time. The air, once warm with the fire's heat, had grown cool, and the whispering winds, though gentle, seemed to carry a weight, an understanding that had once eluded you. The path wound through ancient groves, where the roots of the trees intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets passed down from one generation to the next. Above, the branches arched high, forming a canopy so thick that only slivers of moonlight pierced through, casting soft beams upon the ground. The forest had become a labyrinth, not of confusion but of purpose. Every step you took, every turn, every breath, seemed to echo with the same unspoken truth: you belong here. The whispers, once indistinct murmurs on the wind, had now become clearer. You could hear the voices of the forest, each tree, each leaf, each blade of grass speaking to you in a language beyond words. It was a symphony, a chorus of ancient beings, of spirits long past, but still woven into the very fabric of the land. They were the keepers of knowledge, the watchers of time, and now you were one of them. You have come far. The voice echoed through the trees, the words slipping into your mind as if they were your own thoughts. But the path does not end. It stretches out, always in both directions. For as long as the forest breathes, the journey will continue. The voice was familiar, though its source was hidden. It was not the voice of the shadow you had faced, nor the fire that burned within you. It was the voice of the forest itself, deep and eternal, speaking from the roots of the earth, from the whispers of the wind. It was the voice of all who had walked this path before you, of those who had been lost and found again. You are the keeper of balance, the voice continued, its tone now gentle yet firm. The flame within you is both a gift and a burden. It will light the way, but it will also cast shadows. You must learn to walk in both. For the forest, as with all things, is neither light nor dark. It is both. And you must be both. The air seemed to hum around you as if the forest were drawing closer, its very being enfolding you. You could feel its breath on your skin, the cool, damp air of the night, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and moss. You felt no fear, no unease. There was no longer a need to question your place in the world. You were one with the forest. You were the forest. The shadows beneath the trees grew long, stretching like fingers toward you, but they no longer held the same weight they once had. You had embraced them. You had faced the darkness within you and now understood its place in the grand cycle of life. The light you carried, the fire in your chest, was not just a beacon. It was a balance. And without the shadows, without the dark, the light could not exist. The forest was not a peaceful haven. It was not a place free from danger or struggle. It was a living thing, constantly changing, constantly growing. It consumed and created. It took and it gave. It was both life and death. And now you were a part of it. You were the flame that illuminated the darkness and the shadow that defined the light. As you walked, the forest seemed to recognize your understanding, and it responded. The wind picked up, rustling through the leaves in a soft, rhythmic sigh. The trees swayed in the breeze, their branches creaking, groaning under the weight of years. They seemed to bend toward you as if acknowledging your presence, your purpose. And then you saw it. In the distance, where the path seemed to disappear into the thick of the forest, there was a glow, a light, soft and steady. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a trick of the moonlight, a flicker between the trees. But as you drew closer, you realized it was not the moon, not the stars. It was something else, something familiar. It was the fire. Your fire. It stood at the center of a clearing, the flames flickering in the still air. But this fire was different. It was not the flame inside you, but a reflection of it, standing alone in the heart of the forest, its light casting long shadows across the ground. It flickered and danced as if beckoning you forward, inviting you into its warmth. As you approached the fire, the warmth wrapped around you, embracing you like an old friend. The heat was soothing, familiar, and yet you felt something else. Something deeper. The fire was alive, and as you stepped closer, it seemed to reach out to you as if it recognized you, as if it knew you. This is where it begins and where it ends. The voice of the forest spoke again, this time not in your mind, but from the fire itself. It was soft, almost melodic, the words flowing through the air like smoke. The flame is eternal, but it must always be fed. The cycle must continue. You will feed the flame, and the flame will feed the forest. You could feel it now, the weight of this truth settling into you. The forest was not a place to be protected. It was a place to be nourished. It thrived on the flame, on the fire that you carried within you. But that fire, like all things, needed balance. It needed the shadows to keep it steady, to prevent it from consuming everything. As the fire flickered before you, you saw the figure again. The shadow, the one that had challenged you, the one that had whispered doubts into your mind. But now it was different. It was no longer an enemy. It was a partner, a reflection of the fire. Together they were the balance. Together they were the forest. You will walk this path as long as the forest lives. The shadow's voice was soft, almost tender. The fire will burn, but the darkness will never fade. You must walk in both, for as long as the forest breathes, as long as the cycle continues, so too will your journey. And as the figure faded into the shadows, the fire before you burned brighter, its light casting long, flickering shadows across the ground. The path ahead, though dark, was clear now. The journey was not an end. It was not a destination. It was a cycle, an eternal rhythm that would continue always. You stepped forward, the fire in your chest burning steady, the shadows around you no longer a threat, but a companion. The forest was with you. You were the flame in the shadow. You were the keeper, the guardian, the balance. And you would walk this path forever. The wind whispered through the trees, its breath soft and steady, like the pulse of the earth itself. You stood there at the heart of the forest, the fire burning brightly within you, the shadows stretching around you like an ancient cloak. The clearing was peaceful now, but there was an undeniable weight to the air, as though the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting. Your role was clear. You were the balance, the keeper of the flame and the shadow. The fire that burned in your chest would light the path, but the darkness would guide you through it. Together they were the forest, and together you were the guardian. You looked around, the trees stretching high above, their branches heavy with centuries of secrets, their roots sinking deep into the earth. The air was thick with the scent of moss, damp earth, and the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. The forest was alive, not just in the sense that it was made up of plants and animals, but alive in a way that was deep, ancient, eternal. You began to walk again, the fire within you steady, your steps deliberate. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, but it no longer felt like something to fear. The shadows were not your enemy, they were your guide. You had learned that. You had become part of the forest's eternal rhythm. As you moved deeper into the forest, the trees began to shift. The path twisted and turned, winding through the dense foliage, each step leading you farther into the heart of the land. The wind picked up, its song growing louder, filling the air with a deep, resonant hum. It was not a sound of wind alone, but the sound of the forest itself, a voice that spoke through the rustling leaves, through the creaking branches, through the deep, timeless soil beneath your feet. The trees seemed to bend closer to you, their branches reaching down, their roots curling upward to greet you. You felt their presence now, not as individual beings, but as part of something much larger. The forest was a living organism, its breath a rhythm, its pulse a steady, endless beat that reverberated through everything. You are the flame. The voice of the forest echoed, soft yet powerful, carrying on the wind. You are the shadow. You are the keeper of balance, and this path is yours to walk. But know this, there are those who will seek to extinguish the flame, to claim the darkness as their own. The words carried a warning, but it was not a threat. It was a truth. There were forces beyond the forest, forces that sought to tip the balance, to disrupt the rhythm of life and death, creation and destruction. The shadows were not just a reflection of you, but of the eternal struggle within the forest itself. And that struggle was something you would have to face. You must be vigilant. The voice continued, its tone steady. The flame must be tended. The shadows must be kept in balance. For if the forest is to thrive, so too must the keeper. The path ahead grew narrower, the trees thickening around you, their trunks so close together that the light barely filtered through. The air grew heavier, the scent of damp earth and decay filling your senses. The shadows deepened, curling in on themselves, wrapping around your feet like living things. And then you saw it. In the distance, at the heart of the dense forest, there was a light, a flickering dim glow that cut through the shadows like a beacon. It was the fire, the same fire that had burned within you, the same flame that had become your soul. It flickered and danced in the distance, surrounded by a sea of darkness. You moved toward it, your steps sure and steady. As you approached, the darkness seemed to pull back as if parting to make way for you. The light flickered brighter, but it was not the same as the fire inside you. This fire was different. It was an echo, a reflection of your flame, but twisted, distorted. The closer you got, the more you could feel the change in the air. The temperature dropped. The wind became still, and the once familiar scent of the forest was replaced by a sharp, acrid smell, like burning decay. The fire ahead began to writhe, its flames bending in unnatural ways, curling and twisting like serpents. It flickered erratically, its warmth turned cold. It was not the steady, nurturing flame you carried, but something corrupted, something dangerous. The darkness that surrounded it was not the gentle shadow you had learned to embrace, but a deep, consuming void, a force that sought to swallow everything in its path. You stopped at the edge of the clearing, the fire before you casting long, flickering shadows across the ground. It was no longer an invitation. It was a challenge, a test. You must face the fire, the voice of the forest whispered. This is the flame that has been twisted. This is the fire that seeks to burn, to consume without end. It is a fire born of fear, of destruction. It is the opposite of the balance you carry. You could feel its pull, its seductive warmth, but you knew better now. This fire was not your fire. This was a corruption, a distortion of the flame that burned within you. It was the fire of those who had sought to claim the forest's power for themselves, those who had tried to bend the land to their will, to disrupt the delicate balance between light and dark, creation and destruction. The fire before you sang, a low, drawn-out hum, the kind of sound that tugged at your soul, urging you closer, urging you to take it. But you could feel the darkness wrapping around it, feeding it, pushing it beyond control. It was not the forest's fire. It was something else, something foreign. You took a step forward, your heart steady, the flame inside you unwavering. The fire was an illusion, a trick of the shadows. You had been tempted before, lured by the promise of something greater, something stronger. But now you understood. The fire that burned inside you was not a thing to be used, to be exploited. It was a force that needed to be nurtured, to be protected, to be kept in balance. And so, you walked forward toward the fire, your footsteps firm on the earth. As you approached, the light flickered again, the flames writhing violently, the darkness growing stronger, more insistent. But you did not falter. You did not hesitate. You raised your hands, the fire within you flaring brightly, stronger than ever before. The flames inside you met the flames before you, and in that moment there was a clash, a burst of light and shadow, a collision of forces. The fire before you writhed in agony, struggling to consume, but your flame was steady. It was pure. It was the balance. The light flickered, wavered, and then, with a final pulse of energy, the corrupted fire sputtered and died, its twisted form vanishing into the darkness. The shadows receded, the air grew still, and the forest breathed again. You stood in the clearing, the darkness around you fading, leaving only the cool night air, the soft rustling of leaves, and the steady rhythm of the forest's pulse. The path ahead stretched out before you, and though the journey was far from over, you knew that you had passed the test. The fire inside you burned brighter, steadier. The shadows no longer threatened you. You had learned their place in the world. You had learned to walk in both the light and the dark, and in doing so, you had restored the balance. But the journey was not yet complete. The forest had tested you and you had passed. But there were others, other forces, other dangers that would seek to disturb the balance you had fought so hard to protect. And you, the keeper, the flame, the shadow, would stand guard. The forest seemed to sigh as the corrupted fire flickered out, the balance you had fought so hard to restore settling back into its natural rhythm. The air was lighter now, the oppressive weight lifting as the darkness receded into the depths of the trees. The forest felt like it was breathing again, its pulse steady, its life restored. Yet, despite the stillness around you, something in the back of your mind remained unsettled. The journey you had begun was not over. It had only deepened, unfurling before you like an endless forest, where each step forward took you further into its heart. You had learned to carry the fire and the shadows within you, but the forest itself was not done with you. The forces of light and dark were endless, and so too was the path of the guardian. There would always be a shadow to face, a flame to tend. The clearing before you had changed. The fire was gone, leaving behind nothing but the charred remnants of what had once been, a reflection of the forest's own cycle of life and death. The earth beneath your feet felt firmer, the ground more alive, as though the forest was claiming what had been taken, restoring what had been lost. You stood still for a moment, absorbing the silence, the absence of the fiery chaos. The gentle hum of the forest returned, a soft, familiar melody that echoed in your chest. Yet there was a new sound beneath it, a deeper, more primal undertone. The forest had whispered its warning, its call to vigilance, and you knew that you would have to heed it. You began walking again, your steps deliberate, the path unfolding before you like a living thing. The trees around you were different now, their bark etched with symbols that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them. The air around you felt thick with ancient magic, an energy that hummed beneath the surface of the forest, as though something else was stirring deep in the earth. It wasn't long before you came across another clearing, this one larger and more expansive than the others. At its center stood a stone structure, half consumed by moss and ivy, its shape ancient and unfamiliar. It was not a structure built by human hands. Its form was jagged, its surfaces weathered with time, but it still held an unmistakable energy, a presence that tugged at the corners of your mind. You felt it before you saw it, the weight of something else in the air. It was like the wind had shifted, carrying with it a low, deep hum. The stones seemed to vibrate, resonating with the hum of the forest, but also with something older, something forgotten. You stepped forward, your pulse quickening. There was something waiting for you here. The air itself felt charged with an electric tension. As you drew closer, you saw what had been hidden in the shadows of the stone structure. A figure, cloaked in dark robes, standing at the base of the stone archway. Its face was hidden in the folds of its hood, but the presence it carried was unmistakable. It was a figure of power, ancient, otherworldly, and now standing before you. You have come. The figure's voice was deep, resonant, carrying the weight of ages. The sound of it made your heart race, and yet there was no fear. Only the deep pull of something greater. You have crossed the threshold, but you have not yet come to the end. It stepped forward, its form seeming to shimmer in the dim light, the shadows around it coiling like tendrils. Despite the overwhelming sense of its power, the figure's presence was not one of malice. It was not a threat. It was something more complex. It was the forest test once again, but this time it felt different. This was not the struggle between fire and shadow. This was something older, more primal. I am the keeper of the forgotten path, the figure continued, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves, faint but undeniable. The path you walk is not the only one. The forest holds many secrets, many ways, and many trials. You, guardian, are bound to this forest by fate, but your journey will always be shaped by the choices you make. You stood in silence, taking in the figure's words. There was no hostility in its tone, but there was something else, something ancient that resonated deep within you. You had learned to listen to the forest's voice, to the hum of its energy, and now, you understood that this figure was a part of it. Not just a figure, but an embodiment of the forest's deeper, older power. It was something that existed before the trees, before the fire, before the balance. Something older than time itself. The figure reached out, its hands delicate but strong, the dark robes shifting with the movement. It held something in its hands, a stone rough and uncarved, yet glowing faintly with an inner light. As it extended the stone toward you, the air around you shifted, vibrating with an intensity that seemed to come from the earth itself. The energy around the stone was raw, untamed, and the moment your fingers brushed its surface, you felt something deep within you stir. This is the stone of ever-growth, the figure said, its voice softer now as though sharing a secret. It is a piece of the forest itself, a seed of life that has existed since the beginning. It will shape your journey, your path. It will grow with you, guiding you through the trials yet to come. As you held the stone, you felt the power within it. It was the same power you had felt when you first touched the heart of the forest. It was the pulse of the earth, the hum of life and death, the endless cycle of creation. And yet there was something more. Something that reached beyond your understanding, beyond the forest itself. You are not just the keeper of balance, the figure continued, its voice barely a whisper. You are the keeper of growth. The forest grows, but so must you. The fire and the shadow will shape you, but the stone will guide you. It will show you the way forward when all else is lost. The forest cannot stand without its keeper. But the keeper cannot stand without the forest. The figure's words echoed through your mind, and in that moment you understood. The journey was not just about balance. It was about growth. The fire, the shadows, the stone, it was all part of something greater. A force that transcended time, that shaped the very world you walked through. The forest was not a destination nor a trial. It was a way of life, an endless cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. You looked down at the stone in your hands, feeling its pulse beat against your palms. It was warm, its energy like a flickering flame, yet it was also cold, like the depths of the earth. And as you held it, you realized that this was not just a gift. It was a challenge. A challenge to grow, to learn, to walk the path of the forest with every step, every breath, every heartbeat. You are ready, the figure said, its voice fading as the shadows around it deepened, stretching back into the forest. The path ahead is yours to walk. But remember, there is always more to learn. There is always more to become. The forest will test you as it has always tested its guardians. But you are not alone. You have the fire. You have the shadows. And now, you have the stone. And with that, the figure faded into the shadows, its presence dissipating like mist, leaving you alone in the clearing, the stone still warm in your hands. The forest was waiting, as always, its endless pulse beckoning you forward. The forest stretched before you like a tapestry, its threads woven with ancient magic, its pulse resonating beneath the ground and in the air. The stone you held in your hands was no longer just an object. It had become a part of you, its warmth thrumming in time with the rhythm of your heart. It was alive in ways you had not fully understood before, a seed of power, of life, of something more than this forest, more than this world. The keeper of growth, the guide, the symbol of your bond with the forest, it was your compass, your responsibility. The shadows that had once seemed so threatening now curled around you like old friends, shifting and whispering, but no longer with malice. They had become part of you just as the fire had. There was no longer fear in their touch, only the understanding that they were both necessary. Balance, you had learned that the hard way. But the forest was changing again. The air around you seemed to hum with something new, something that you hadn't felt before. It wasn't the pulse of the earth or the wind in the trees. This was a deeper vibration, like the quiet shiver of a life form waking after a long slumber. Something ancient, buried beneath the soil, was stirring. The stone in your hand grew warmer. A subtle shift at first, but undeniable. Its glow flickered beneath the surface like a heartbeat. You raised your hand, feeling its weight shift, and as you did, the ground beneath you trembled. It wasn't violent, but it was unmistakable. Something old was awakening. The trees around you shifted, their branches creaking with age, their roots quaking deep within the earth. The very air seemed to thicken as if the forest itself was holding its breath. It has begun, a voice whispered, not in your mind this time, but through the trees, through the very earth beneath your feet. It was a deep, ancient voice, as though the forest itself had spoken. The stone is not just a guide. It is a key. The ground shook again, this time more violently, and the earth seemed to crack open beneath your feet. But instead of fear, you felt a strange pull, a calling. The stone, warm in your palm, seemed to resonate in time with the tremors. It was guiding you, calling you. You stepped forward, your feet finding their way through the shifting earth. The trees before you parted like a veil, opening up to reveal a deep chasm in the earth. It was dark, a yawning abyss that seemed to pull at your very soul. Yet you could not turn away. The stone burned with urgency, its glow intensifying. At the edge of the chasm you paused. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, the hum of ancient energy radiating from the depths below. The forest was alive with it, pulsing, thrumming, as though the world itself had come alive around you. The stone in your hand pulsed faster now, urging you forward. You must descend, the voice of the forest whispered again, this time clear and firm. The stone is a bridge. The chasm must be crossed, for the forest's fate is tied to what lies below. The stone was no longer just a symbol of balance. It was the key to something deeper. The forest had always been a place of growth, but this chasm, this forgotten place beneath the earth, held the roots of that growth. The very heart of the forest. You stepped forward, the stone's pulse quickening in your hand. You descended into the chasm, the walls slick with moss and the cold breath of the earth. The air grew damp as you moved deeper, and the earth seemed to press in around you, the weight of centuries bearing down. At the bottom of the chasm, the ground opened up to reveal a vast cavern, its size beyond measure. At the center of the cavern stood a massive tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age, its roots sprawling out like veins into the very walls of the cavern. Its bark was darker than any tree you had seen before, almost black, but there was an undeniable life to it. The tree seemed to pulse with energy, its branches stretching out toward the ceiling of the cavern as if it were reaching for the stars. This was no ordinary tree. This was the heart of the forest, the source of everything, the fire, the shadows, the very life that sustained this land. And standing before it, beneath its vast branches, was something more. A figure robed in dark shadows, its face hidden beneath a hood. It stood motionless, its presence like a weight on the air, as though it were the very embodiment of the cavern itself. The figure turned to face you, and as it did, you felt the pull of something deep within you. Something familiar, yet foreign. You have come. The figure's voice was low, like the rumbling of thunder. But there was no malice in it. Only a cold, ancient power. The forest has chosen its guardian, but you must prove yourself worthy of its power. You felt the stone in your hand burn hot, its pulse quickening as the figure stepped forward, its form flickering like smoke. The shadows swirled around it, and the cavern seemed to tremble. "This is the root of all," the figure continued, its voice reverberating through the cavern. "The heart of the forest, the tree that has stood for centuries, the source of its power. But it is dying. It has been weakened, drained by forces beyond its control. The fire that you carry is a flicker compared to the flame that once burned here. The shadow, too, is an echo of the darkness that once ruled this land." The figure paused, its gaze piercing through you. You could feel its eyes, even though you could not see its face. You knew that it was looking into the very depths of your soul. The forest is not whole without its heart. It extended its hand toward the tree, and the roots shuddered, writhing in response. And you are the one who must either restore it or see it fade away. You stood still for a moment, the weight of the figure's words sinking into your chest. The fire in your chest flickered uncertainly, and the shadows around you swelled with a quiet hunger. The stone in your hand throbbed with the intensity of the forest's call. It was urging you forward, urging you to reach into the tree's ancient roots, to claim what was rightfully yours. But something deeper tugged at you. You had come this far, learned the ways of balance, but now you faced the true test. The forest's heart was dying, and you, its guardian, its flame, were the only one who could restore it. The decision was yours. You could feel the stone burning hotter in your hand, as though it were calling out to the tree. The fire within you surged, stronger than it had ever been. The shadows at your back seemed to move with purpose, whispering encouragement, but there was still a weight in your chest, a nagging doubt. What would it cost to save the heart of the forest? What would it cost to restore what had been lost? You stepped forward, your hand raised to the tree's roots, the stone's light now a steady pulse in your palm. The cavern fell silent. The shadows held their breath. The wind, distant and soft, carried the scent of earth, moss, and life. You were ready to face the heart of the forest. The air in the cavern was thick with ancient power, a pulse that resonated deep within you. The figure before you had disappeared into the shadows, leaving only the immense tree as the focus of your attention. Its branches arched upward, twisting in impossible angles toward the cavern's ceiling, while its roots spread out like veins buried deep in the earth. The tree was ancient, older than time itself, its presence more than just a living thing. It was the very heart of the forest, the source of its life, its fire, its shadows. You could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on you. The stone in your hand grew hotter with each passing second, its glow more intense as if urging you forward. But as your fingers inched closer to the tree's roots, something deep within you hesitated. You were the guardian, the keeper of balance, but the forces at play here were beyond anything you had ever faced. You had been taught that balance meant not just protecting the light, but the darkness as well. That both were needed to preserve life, to preserve the world. But the energy radiating from the heart of the forest felt different. The fire within you, once steady and sure, now flickered uncertainly. It was no longer just the forest's heart at stake. It was everything. The roots beneath you shuddered, and the ground vibrated in response. The tree groaned with the weight of time, its branches creaking as though it, too, understood the gravity of what was happening. The stone in your hand hummed in agreement, a soft, melodic vibration that felt like the heartbeat of the earth itself. And then you heard it. A voice. It was faint at first, barely a whisper against the deep rumble of the cavern, but it grew louder, clearer, until it echoed in your mind. You cannot save this place alone. The words, though soft, carried a weight that reverberated through you, settling in your bones. You froze. The voice was not the forest. It was something else, something older, deeper. The fire you carry is not enough. The stone is a piece of the whole, but not the answer. There is a cost to restoring the heart of the forest. A sacrifice must be made. The air seemed to thicken, and you could feel the weight of the decision upon you more clearly than ever before. The heart of the forest was dying, and its fire, its life, was slipping away. The balance you had protected was teetering, but to restore the heart, to bring the forest back to life, there would be consequences. You stepped forward, your feet moving as if guided by some invisible force. As your hand drew closer to the roots of the tree, the cavern seemed to pulse with a sudden surge of energy, and the shadows around you flickered and writhed, growing more intense. The stone in your hand burned hotter, the warmth spreading up your arm as if it were trying to merge with the tree's ancient power. It was as if the tree were alive, its roots reaching out to touch you, to merge with you, to claim you. The power within it was overwhelming, ancient and untamed. The life force that had once flowed freely through the forest was now a fragile thread, flickering at the edge of extinction. The fire that had once burned bright and steady was now barely a spark, struggling to survive. The voice returned, stronger this time, the words like an echo in the very fabric of the cavern. The forest has always been and will always be, but it will not survive without a guardian. It cannot continue without sacrifice. The ground trembled again and the shadows around you thickened. You felt the weight of something ancient, something immense, pressing in from all sides. The roots of the tree twisted and moved beneath your feet, pulling at the earth, pulling at your very soul. The cavern itself seemed to be alive, its walls groaning with the force of the ancient power. Your breath quickened, the heat of the stone growing unbearable. The fire within you surged, responding to the call of the tree, and you knew, without a doubt, that the choice was yours. You were the flame. You were the keeper of the fire and the shadow, but the cost of restoring the heart of the forest was unknown. The shadows whispered around you, their voices distant but familiar. They had been with you from the very beginning, part of you, a reflection of everything you had learned. You had learned to walk in both light and dark. You had learned to embrace the balance. But now it was no longer about balance. It was about survival. The forest needed you. The forest needed the fire to burn, the shadows to remain. It needed you. You closed your eyes, letting the stone burn against your palm, the heat radiating through your veins. The tree's pulse throbbed around you, and you could feel its need, its desperation. It was calling to you, urging you to make a choice. A choice that would determine the fate of the forest, of everything you had become. The path before you was clear. You could restore the heart of the forest, but it would come at a cost. A sacrifice. The stone in your hand pulsed harder, its light growing brighter. The fire inside you surged once more, its heat overwhelming. You opened your eyes and raised your hand toward the roots, letting the stone fall into the earth, watching as it sank into the soil. The earth trembled beneath your feet. For a moment, everything was still. Then the roots of the tree began to shift. The stone pulsed, its glow now brighter than ever, and the cavern around you seemed to come alive. The walls of the cavern vibrated with energy as the tree's roots dug deeper into the earth, reaching out toward the corners of the cavern. The very air shimmered, thick with the weight of ancient magic. The fire within you blazed brighter, and the shadows around you deepened. And then the cavern erupted in light. The tree's bark cracked and splintered, its roots writhing in a dance of ancient power, pulling at the earth. The stone you had placed in the soil glowed brightly, feeding the tree's life force, igniting a fire that had long been dormant. The shadows, once dark and consuming, began to shift, to flow, like a river of darkness around the tree's base. The fire and the shadow were now one, merging, intertwining, until they were a single force. A pulse, a rhythm, a heartbeat that echoed throughout the forest. The ground trembled once more, but this time it was not in fear. It was in rebirth. You watched as the tree's branches, once gnarled and twisted, began to straighten, reaching toward the light. The fire within you burned brighter, its warmth spreading outward. The cavern around you pulsed with new life, and the shadows, though still present, no longer threatened to consume. They were now part of the balance. You had made your choice. And as the light of the tree bathed the cavern, you knew that the forest would live again. The heart of the forest had been restored. But the journey was not over. The path ahead was still uncertain. The balance had been restored, but new challenges would arise. The shadows would return, the fire would flicker. But now you understood. You were not just the keeper of the flame and the shadow. You were the keeper of the forest's soul, and you would protect it no matter the cost. The light of the tree bathed the cavern in a warm, golden glow, like the first rays of dawn breaking over a distant horizon. The shadows that had once threatened to consume the forest now flowed in harmony with the light, their darkness no longer a harbinger of fear, but a necessary part of the forest's pulse. The air around you hummed with energy, thick with life and the power of the forest's rebirth. You stood at the heart of it all, the stone now embedded deep within the earth, its glow fading into the soil, becoming one with the forest once more. The cavern itself had transformed. What had once been a dark and oppressive place was now a place of renewal, alive with the rhythmic beat of the earth. The tree's branches stretched high, its leaves vibrant, a stark contrast to the lifeless, desolate tree you had found. It was alive, pulsing with energy, and in that pulse, you felt the forest's heartbeat in your chest. You were one with it now, not just its guardian, but its soul. The fire, the shadows, the stone, they were you. And you were them. The echoes of the cavern settled into silence, broken only by the steady drip of water from the cavern's ceiling and the whisper of the wind through the trees. But despite the sense of peace, something lingered at the edge of your mind, something dark and unspoken, like a storm waiting to break. You could feel it in the shadows, still swirling at the edges of the clearing, a quiet unrest that had not yet been quelled. And then a figure stepped into the light. It was not the cloaked figure you had met before, but something else, taller, more imposing, its form bathed in the deep shadows of the cavern's corners. The figure moved with an eerie fluidity, its movements predatory, its presence cold and unyielding. The air around it grew thick with an oppressive energy, and the shadows seemed to shrink in its wake. As it approached, you could feel the weight of its gaze, even though its face remained hidden in the dark folds of its cloak. "You have done what was necessary, Guardian," the figure's voice rang out, deep and resonant, like the rumble of thunder in a distant storm. There was no malice in its tone, but it carried the weight of something far older than even the forest itself. Something that had been watching, waiting. "You have restored the heart of the forest. You have fed the fire, embraced the shadow, and now the forest lives again. But you cannot ignore the cost." You took a step forward, the warmth of the reborn tree filling your chest. The figure's presence was undeniable, like a shadow cast over the very light that had just been restored. The figure's cloak shifted in the air, and you could feel it, a presence far older than the forest, far older than you. "The forest is alive, yes." The figure's voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, whispering through the stillness of the cavern. "But there are others who seek to take it from you, to drain it, to bend it to their will. The balance you have fought to restore is fragile, and there are forces that would see it broken, would see the heart of the forest consumed once more." You clenched your fists, the fire in your chest flaring in response. The shadows that had once been your companions tightened around you, protective but wary. You had restored the balance, you had brought the heart of the forest back to life, and yet there was something else, a deeper truth that lingered in the air. "Who are you?" you asked, your voice steady, though your heart pounded in your chest. The figure stepped closer, its form solidifying as it emerged fully from the shadows. Beneath the hood of its cloak, you could see nothing but a swirling void, a dark, endless depth where no light could exist. It was like staring into the abyss itself. "I am the Watcher." The figure's words were simple, yet they carried a weight of centuries. "I have watched over the forest since before the first tree took root, since the first spark of fire was born. I am the keeper of the deep truths, the guardian of what lies beyond the forest's heart. The fire you carry is not the only one that burns. The shadows you have embraced are not the only ones that exist. There are other forces in the world, other powers, that seek to claim the forest's heart, to bend its power to their own desires." The Watcher's words were heavy, laden with a warning. The shadows around you writhed as though in response, pulling tighter, the fire within you flickering uncertainly. You had always known there were dangers lurking within the forest depths, but now you understood. The forces you had awakened, the fire and shadows you had embraced, were but one side of a much larger, much more dangerous web. "The balance is delicate, Guardian." The Watcher's voice grew softer, but no less firm. "You have proven yourself worthy of the title you bear. But it is not enough. The path you have chosen is one of endless vigilance. The forest will continue to call to you, to test you, and there will be those who seek to tip that balance in their favor. To claim the fire. To destroy the shadows. To consume what remains of the heart." The air around you grew colder, the shadows twisting into shapes you couldn't fully comprehend. There were things in the forest, things beyond the trees and roots, that you had not yet encountered, forces older than the very fire you carried within you. "But you are not alone." the Watcher continued, its voice now carrying a note of something almost like respect. The forest will always stand with you. The fire you carry will burn brighter with each passing trial, and the shadows will guide your way when all else fades. But remember, Guardian? It paused, and for a brief moment, the figure seemed to become more human, as if it were reaching out to you, its presence no longer as cold, but filled with a knowing sorrow. The forest is not just a place of life. It is a place of death. The Watcher's words were like a quiet storm, rolling through the cavern with an undeniable truth. And in order to protect the forest, you must learn to walk in both. To embrace the fire and the shadow, not just as your allies, but as your teachers. The balance cannot be preserved through light alone, nor by darkness alone. You will be tested. And only by embracing the full measure of what you've become will you be able to face what is coming. The Watcher turned, the shadows swirling around it, its figure dissipating as it merged once more with the darkness of the cavern. Its final words hung in the air like the last echoes of thunder before the storm fades. The forest lives, Guardian. But so too must you. The Watcher will always be watching. And with that, the cavern fell silent once more. You stood alone, the warmth of the reborn tree surrounding you, but the air was heavy now, filled with the weight of the Watcher's words. The balance you had fought so hard to restore had been only the beginning. You had taken the mantle of the Guardian, but it came with a cost you had not fully understood. The forest was alive again, yes. But the world beyond the trees, the dark forces that lurked in the shadows, had not forgotten its hunger. You had restored the heart of the forest, but now you would have to fight to protect it. The cavern stood still, the air heavy with the weight of the Watcher's words. The shadows swirled and shifted around you, restless, as though the very cavern itself was holding its breath. You felt the pulse of the forest, now steady once more, but beneath it, something else stirred. The Watcher's presence lingered, a chilling reminder of the greater forces at play, forces that sought to tip the balance you had so carefully restored. You stood at the heart of the forest, surrounded by the towering roots of the ancient tree. Its bark now gleamed with vitality, its leaves glistening as if they had just been born in the light. The warmth from the fire within you was steady, but the shadows, though once comforting, now felt like they were pushing you forward into the unknown, urging you to step beyond the edges of the world you knew. You had learned to walk in both the light and the dark. You had learned that the balance was a dance between fire and shadow, life and death. But now the shadows felt deeper, darker, and more complex. The Watcher's words echoed in your mind, urging you to embrace both sides, not just as tools but as teachers. You had been prepared to guard the forest, to protect it from those who would harm it, but now you understood that the true test had only just begun. The fire within you surged once again, a flame that burned with purpose, but it flickered uncertainly, its warmth feeling more like a beacon now, a call to something greater. The stone you had placed within the earth was still there, its glow fading, but you could feel its presence deep beneath the soil, as if it were tied to the very essence of the forest itself. The air around you grew colder, the shadows longer. You could feel them, the forces, moving, gathering on the edges of your perception. There was a pull, something that tugged at your soul, urging you to leave the safety of the reborn tree, to venture deeper into the unknown. You took a deep breath, the chill of the cavern creeping into your skin. The shadows seemed to call to you, whispering on the edges of your hearing, beckoning you toward something hidden just beyond the tree. A dark curtain in the air, a veil between worlds. You had crossed thresholds before, but this felt different. The forest had always been a place of life and death, but now there was something else beneath it. Something older. The veil between the worlds of shadow and light, the realm of the forgotten, the ancient, the forsaken. The wind stirred, pushing against your back, urging you to step forward. The air felt charged, the atmosphere thick with unspoken promises. You could feel the weight of the Watcher's words. The forest is not just a place of life. It is a place of death. Those words were not a threat. They were a truth. You moved, your feet carrying you toward the edge of the clearing, toward the veil. The shadows before you shimmered, their form undulating like smoke, their presence growing more tangible. You reached out, your fingers brushing against the air, and instantly the space before you rippled. A strange energy crackled, like the hum of the earth itself bending in response to your touch. And then the veil parted. The air shimmered like water, and as it did, a new world emerged on the other side. It was not the forest you had known. This place was darker, colder, and the trees that stood on the other side were twisted and gnarled, their bark blackened as though scorched by some unearthly fire. The leaves were dark, almost blood-red, and they swayed in a wind that did not feel natural. The ground beneath was cracked and barren, the soil black as ash. The very air seemed to carry a weight, thick and oppressive. You stepped forward, the fire within you flickering but steady. The shadows coiled around your feet, pulling you deeper into the world beyond. You could feel the presence of something ancient here, something that had been forgotten by the world you knew. This place was not the forest's heart, but it was connected to it, linked by something far deeper than you could understand. The darkness on the other side of the veil was not the same as the shadow you had embraced. It was not simply the absence of light. It was something more, something ancient. And as you stepped further into this forsaken world, you could feel the weight of its history, its secrets pressing in around you. The ground beneath your feet was cold, the air damp and heavy. The wind whispered in the distance, but it wasn't the familiar, comforting song of the forest. This wind carried with it the scent of decay, of things long dead. The trees groaned in the wind, their branches twisting like fingers grasping at the sky, as though they were trying to pull something, someone, into their grasp. You could hear something in the distance, a faint, mournful sound, like the cry of a creature in pain. It echoed through the barren landscape, reverberating off the twisted trees and the cracked earth. The sound grew louder as you moved forward, your heart pounding in your chest. Suddenly, the shadows at your feet flared, and you looked down to see them swirling in the air, stretching upward as if trying to pull you into the depths of the ground. The shadows were no longer the soft, protective veil they had been. They had become something darker, more dangerous, as though they too were being affected by this place. The fire within you flared in response, burning brighter as it fought against the growing darkness. But there was something more, something else, that called to you from deep within the shadows. It wasn't the forest. It wasn't life. It was something forgotten. You moved cautiously, your senses alert to every sound, every movement in the air. The world around you was distorted, like a fever dream, its edges blurred, the landscape constantly shifting. The wind whispered through the twisted trees, its voice cold and harsh, carrying a message, one that was not meant for you to hear. But then something caught your eye. A flicker of movement, a shadow darker than the others, moving between the trees. It was fast, too fast, and as it crossed your path, you could hear the faintest whisper of a voice, one that was both familiar and unsettling. You should not be here. The voice was like ice running down your spine. It was not the wind. It was not the forest. It was something that had been here long before you, long before the trees had grown and the fires had burned. The shadows around you stretched as though they were reaching for the figure. You took a step forward, determined to uncover the truth of this place, to understand what had been hidden from the world you knew. The shadows parted before you, and in the clearing ahead, you saw the figure once more. It was tall, cloaked in a robe made of the very darkness around it, its face obscured by a hood. But there was something other about it, something wrong. It moved with an unnatural grace, its form flickering like smoke, a distortion in the air itself. You've opened the veil. The voice came again, this time louder, more forceful. And now the price will be paid. The ground beneath you trembled once more, and the shadows rose up, swirling around you like a storm. The fire in your chest flared once again, but now, it seemed like a small light in the face of something much larger, much darker. The forest's heart might have been restored, but this place, was still hungry, and it was waiting for you. The shadows around you grew thick and oppressive, like the weight of 1,000 eyes watching from the darkness. Every step you took was met with resistance, the air around you growing heavier, suffocating. The fire within you flickered uneasily, its light struggling to hold back the darkness that seemed to consume the very world you had stepped into. The whispering winds of this forsaken realm carried a sense of foreboding, a quiet knowledge that you were no longer in the forest you knew. This place was something older, something forgotten. The figure before you, a wraith-like presence cloaked in shadows, loomed larger as you stepped forward, its form distorting like smoke caught in a fierce wind. The very earth beneath your feet seemed to hum, vibrating with the weight of ancient power. The wind moaned in a low, guttural tone, and the twisted trees around you groaned in pain, their branches reaching toward you as if they too were alive with some unholy hunger. You've opened the veil, guardian. The voice was soft but piercing, the words echoing in the empty air. It was not a voice of anger, but of something far deeper, older. It carried the weight of centuries of silence, of forgotten time. You've crossed into the place where time does not pass, where shadows are born and death is not an end, but a beginning. Your heart raced. The fire within you surged, but it was fragile now, like a candle in a storm. You could feel the shadows around you calling, not to consume but to know, to bind. There was a connection here, something you didn't fully understand. The tree you had restored had not been the only heart of the forest. This place, this forgotten world, was an opposite, a dark, unyielding reflection of everything you had fought to protect. You are not the first to cross the veil. The voice continued, low and mournful, a lament in its tone. This place has claimed many. They came seeking knowledge, seeking power, but they were lost. They were consumed by the shadow they wished to control, until all that was left were echoes. Their bones, their memories, are scattered across the land, forgotten by the forest, forgotten by time. The figure stepped forward, its form growing more distinct as it moved from the depths of the shadows. It was humanoid in shape, but its edges flickered as though it were not entirely real, like something half-formed, an illusion created from the dark air itself. Its face was hidden, obscured beneath the hood of its cloak, but you could feel its eyes on you, pressing in on your soul. I am the keeper of the forgotten. The figure's voice held an undeniable authority, a weight that seemed to carry centuries of knowledge and loss. I guard the spaces between worlds, the forgotten paths, the lost souls who wander in the shadow of what was. The forest you protect is but one thread in the tapestry of this world, but here, beyond the veil, there are others, other forces, other powers, that seek to tear the fabric of this realm apart. You felt the fire within you surge again, stronger this time, but it was still faint, like a candle in the wind. The stone you had placed beneath the heart of the forest still pulsed in your chest, but now it seemed weaker, as though the balance you had restored was being tested by the very force of this place. The shadows around you moved, whispering in an unintelligible language, their shapes shifting like water. The very ground beneath you seemed to be alive with it, the dark, chaotic energy of this place that threatened to pull you under. The keeper's voice grew softer, tinged with something ancient, almost sorrowful. You carry the fire, guardian, the flame that burns within you. But it is not enough. The keeper's hands raised, fingers spread wide, and as it did, the shadows responded, twisting, spiraling, rising up to form a great wall before you. There are those who seek to extinguish that fire. They seek to steal the heart of the forest, to extinguish the light you guard. The shadows before you shuddered, then parted like a curtain, revealing what lay beyond. At first, it seemed like a mere trick of the light, shifting shapes, strange movements, but then the world beyond the veil came into focus. What you saw sent a chill running through your spine. There, in the distance, stood a massive tower, its jagged spires rising from the twisted land like dark fingers reaching for the sky. The air around it seemed to warp, bending in unnatural angles. The very ground seemed to pulse, alive with dark energy, as though the land itself was being consumed by something far worse than mere shadows. The tower was ancient, its stone blackened and crumbling, but there was a sense of power in its decay. A force, dark and consuming, poured from its depths, its tendrils stretching across the land, consuming everything in its path. That is the citadel of the Forsaken, the keeper intoned, its voice echoing through the cavern. The source of the corruption, the heart of the void that calls to the shadows. The one who has been waiting for you, guardian. You took a step forward, your heart racing, but the keeper raised its hand, stopping you. Do not be too eager to cross into that world. Its voice was filled with a cold warning. The citadel is not merely a place of power. It is the place where worlds collide, where the fire and the shadow are consumed. It is a place where time no longer exists, where those who enter are lost to the ages. It is the opposite of the forest, the destroyer of what was, the thief of life, the consumer of souls. The air around you grew heavy with the weight of its words. You felt the fire within you flicker uncertainly, and the shadows, once your companions, now seemed like dark forces pulling you in different directions. The keeper's words rang in your mind like a warning bell. This was not just about restoring balance anymore. This was a fight for survival, a battle against an ancient evil that threatened to unravel the very fabric of reality. The citadel seeks to take what is yours, the keeper said, its voice now a low murmur. The fire you carry, the forest you guard, the balance you have restored, they are all in danger. You must make a choice. Will you stand with the forest, with the light, and continue to fight for its survival? Or will you give in to the shadows, embrace the darkness, and unlock the true power that lies beyond the veil? The ground beneath your feet seemed to shift again, and the shadows whispered louder now, swirling in patterns as if they were alive, waiting for your decision. The citadel loomed in the distance, its presence like a dark stain on the land, its power growing with every passing moment. You stood at the crossroads, caught between the fire and the shadow, between the world you had known and the unknown darkness that called to you from beyond. The keeper's words still echoed in your mind, but there was something else too. The shadow that had always been a part of you, that had always been your ally, now seemed to be pulling you in one direction, toward the citadel, toward the promise of power. But you had learned, had you not, that the shadow was not always to be trusted. It had its own agenda. The fire within you burned brighter now, a beacon of defiance, but the path ahead was uncertain. The forest you had fought to protect was still at risk. The citadel was growing stronger with every passing moment, its influence spreading across the land. And now, it seemed that the only way to protect the forest, to protect everything you had fought for, was to face the very darkness you had always guarded against. But could you defeat it? Could you stand against the citadel, against the very force of destruction, and keep the forest safe? The choice was yours. The shadows that had once whispered comfort now felt like chains around your heart, tugging at your soul with a quiet, insistent pressure. The fire within you, once a bright and steady beacon of warmth and hope, now flickered with unease, struggling to maintain its strength against the growing darkness. The citadel loomed in the distance like an enormous wound in the world, a jagged tear in the very fabric of reality, its spires reaching into the ashen sky. It was a place of ruin, where time itself seemed to have bent and twisted, a corrupted reflection of the balance you had so desperately fought to restore. The keeper's words hung in the air, their weight pressing down on your chest. The citadel seeks to take what is yours. That haunting voice echoed in your mind, reverberating through the shadows, through the very bones of the earth. The keeper had spoken the truth. The citadel, a place of power, was not just a structure but a force. A void that fed on the light, consumed it, extinguishing all that was pure and good in its wake. You had never imagined that the true battle would lie beyond the forest, beyond the heart of the trees. You had thought that protecting the fire and the shadows was your purpose, that keeping the balance would be enough. But the keeper had made it clear, the balance was fragile. The forest was only a piece of something much larger, a struggle between light and darkness that spanned far beyond the borders of the land you had once known. The wind howled through the twisted trees of the forgotten world, carrying with it the scent of decay, of something ancient and dying. The citadel's power was palpable now, like a dark pulse beneath the earth, its influence stretching out like tendrils, reaching for the fire you carried within you. The land around it was a wasteland, a barren stretch of dead trees, cracked earth, and the lingering echo of something lost. It was as if the citadel had not just been built, it had grown, spreading like a sickness, its roots sinking deep into the bones of the world. You felt the weight of the decision ahead of you. The keeper had warned you, you must make a choice. Would you stand with the forest and its light, risking everything to protect it from the darkness that threatened to consume it? Or would you embrace the shadow, venture into the heart of the citadel, and unlock the forbidden power it offered? The shadow at your feet flickered as if responding to your inner turmoil. It was no longer the comforting, familiar presence it had once been. The fire within you flared, casting long, dancing shadows across the twisted landscape, but even its warmth seemed to be waning in the face of the citadel's insidious call. The wind shifted again, colder now, carrying with it a whisper, a promise. The fire will not last. The voice was low and urgent, a soft echo in the distance. The forest is dying, guardian. You can feel it. The balance has been tipped. The citadel calls to you, offers you the strength to save what you cherish. Do you not hear it? The whispers of power. The air was thick with the sound of the wind and the voices of the shadows, each one a call from the darkness. The citadel stood before you, its jagged silhouette a reminder of the choice you had to make. Could you resist the temptation of its power? Could you stand firm in the face of such overwhelming force, knowing that the forest's fate, your fate, lay in your hands? The fire within you surged in response to the question, a flicker of defiance against the growing tide of darkness. But the shadows too responded, curling around your feet, up your legs like fingers, pulling you toward the citadel, urging you to cross the threshold and unlock the secrets that lay within. You took a step forward, feeling the weight of the decision on your shoulders. Your fingers clenched around the stone embedded in your chest, its warmth comforting for a moment before the cold of the wind stole it away. The wind whispered again, this time more urgently, you cannot hold back the night forever. Another step. The shadows around you thickened, curling into spirals that seemed to dance in the wind. The fire in your chest burned brighter, though still faint in the overwhelming presence of the citadel. The whispers of the dark spoke to you once more, promises of power, of strength to protect what you loved. But they were not the same whispers as before. The shadows were changing, they were no longer just a companion, a guide. They had become something else, something dangerous. A deep tremor shook the ground beneath your feet, sending ripples through the earth like a distant storm. The citadel pulsed with dark energy, a low hum that resonated through the ground and into your bones. Every step you took was heavier, the weight of your choices bearing down on you. Embrace the shadow, the voice urged. Embrace the power of the citadel. Claim what is rightfully yours. The forest will fall, yes, but it will not be the end. You will have the power to reshape it, to bend it to your will. The fire will burn forever, and you will become the true guardian, the keeper of both light and darkness. Your steps faltered as the air around you grew thick with the force of the citadel's influence. You could feel it, its power wrapping around your heart, tugging at your soul, whispering promises of eternity. The shadows moved with purpose now, swirling around you like a storm. They were no longer just passive forces. They were alive, their presence pulsing, waiting for you to make your choice. But as the shadows pulled you toward the citadel, the fire within you flared once more. Its warmth surged through your veins, filling you with clarity. You could feel the truth of it now. The forest was not just a place. It was a part of you, and you were a part of it. To walk away from the fire, to abandon the balance, would mean losing everything. The shadows were powerful, yes, but the fire was life. It was growth. It was everything the forest stood for. The citadel may have promised power, but it came at a cost that would consume all that you had fought to protect. The earth beneath you trembled again, but this time it was different. This time it felt like a warning. The shadows at your feet writhed in frustration, but the fire within you burned brighter, more fiercely than ever. The light within you, your true strength, was not something to be used or bent to your will. It was a part of the world, just as the shadows were, and it was time to make your stand. With a final, steady breath, you turned your gaze away from the citadel, away from the darkness that called to you. The shadows may have tempted you, but you knew where your heart truly lay. The fire would burn on. The forest would be protected, and you would be its guardian. The fire within you surged, flaring to life like a beacon of defiance against the dark, an unstoppable force that would not be swayed by the whispers of shadows or the call of the citadel. You could feel the power of the forest pulsing in your veins, its heartbeat resonating through the very air around you. It was no longer just the fire of your soul, it was the fire of life itself, the very spark that had restored the heart of the forest, the flame that kept the darkness at bay. And now it was time to face the darkness head-on. The ground beneath your feet rumbled again, and the citadel loomed ahead, its twisted spires stretching toward the ashen sky like fingers of a long-dead god, reaching for something that had been lost to time. Its power pulsed in the air, an oppressive weight that pressed down on you like a storm cloud, yet you stood resolute. The shadows that had been swirling at your feet, pulling you toward the citadel, now seemed to recoil in frustration, hesitant against the strength of your fire. They were powerful, but they were not invincible, not in the face of your determination. The citadel whispered, its voice low and luring, still trying to tempt you with promises of power. But you had learned something vital. Power was not enough. Power, when abused, was a force of destruction, a thing that consumed rather than created. The fire you carried, the one that burned within you, was a force of life. It was balance. It was the essence of what made the forest whole. And as you stood there, amidst the swirling shadows and the haunting presence of the citadel, you knew without a doubt, this was your fight. The wind howled around you, its eerie, cold fingers tugging at your cloak, trying to pull you into the citadel's grasp, but you held firm. The shadows whispered again, their voices now angry, rising to a crescendo of hissing and growling, but the fire in your chest burned brighter, its light cutting through the darkness. Your heart thudded in your chest, but it was steady now, sure in its purpose. You cannot fight it forever, guardian. The voice of the citadel spoke again, clearer now, though distant. The fire will die. The forest will crumble. You will become one with the darkness. Embrace it. Let it consume you. You cannot resist the inevitable. You clenched your fists, the stone embedded in your chest pulsing in response. You had felt its power before. The stone was no longer just a tool. It was a part of you. It was your connection to the forest, to the life that had grown from the ashes of this land. And it would not fall into darkness. With a breath that seemed to steady the very air around you, you turned and took a step forward, your eyes locked on the citadel. The shadows swarmed around you, their dark tendrils stretching outward like hands desperate to pull you into their depths. But you met them with the fire in your heart. The fire you had kindled with the stone, with the forest, with the light of the world you had promised to protect. You felt the shift then, the breaking of the hold the darkness had over you. The shadows recoiled, their twisted forms snapping back like a whip, the weight of the citadel's influence weakening in the face of your resolve. The air cleared, and you saw the full scope of what lay ahead. The citadel was not a simple fortress. It was a prison, a twisted creation meant to keep something imprisoned, something that should not have been freed. Behind its walls, you could sense a dark presence. It was older than the shadows, older than the forest, and its power had been waiting for someone like you to break the balance, to fall into the trap. But the forest had not given up without a fight, and neither would you. The trees behind you shuddered as if feeling the shift in the balance. The wind stirred the branches, sending a wave of energy cascading through the landscape. The forest responded. It was no longer just a collection of trees and roots, but a living, breathing entity linked to you through the fire and the shadows. The forest was ready. It was waiting for your lead, for your strength. You stepped forward once more, the fire in your chest blazing brighter, its light reaching out in a protective aura, pushing the shadows back. You were not just the guardian anymore. You were the forest itself. Every leaf, every branch, every root was alive within you, and they would not let the citadel consume them. As you approached the gates of the citadel, you felt the weight of its malevolent presence pressing in on you, trying to weaken your resolve, but the fire in your chest burned through it. The shadows no longer whispered in your ear, their voices fading into the wind. Instead, the fire roared, a sound that filled the world, shaking the earth itself. The ground beneath you cracked open, roots and tendrils bursting through the earth as the forest responded, feeding your fire. The citadel trembled in response, its towers creaking as if some ancient force was awakening within its walls. And then, with a deafening sound like a great bell tolling, the gates of the citadel groaned open. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of decay and something darker, something ancient. The walls were lined with broken runes, symbols of a lost language that had once held great power. The air inside was cool, but there was an oppressive heaviness to it, like breathing in the essence of forgotten time. You stepped inside. The shadows that had once been so powerful now felt like mere whispers, dissipating in the presence of your light. The further you moved into the citadel, the darker it became, the walls closing in around you, but you stood firm. You could feel the stone in your chest pulsing with energy, responding to the dark presence that lurked in the heart of the citadel. It was here. Whatever had called to the shadows, whatever had broken the balance so long ago, was waiting. And now it was time to confront it. You approached the center of the citadel, your eyes narrowing as a dark shape took form before you. It was a figure, cloaked in shadows, its face obscured by a hood, but its presence was undeniable. It radiated power, dark power, and you could feel the weight of it pressing down on you, testing your resolve. I have waited for this moment. The figure's voice was low and raspy, like the creaking of old wood. You, the guardian, the keeper of the light. You think you can defeat me? The balance you protect is already mine. You cannot undo what has been done. You raised your head, your eyes burning with the fire within you. The shadows tried to creep in, but you held them back with the light in your chest. The balance will not fall. Not while I stand, you said, your voice steady, full of conviction. You may have claimed this place, but the forest will always fight, and I will protect it. The figure laughed, the sound echoing off the cold, stone walls of the citadel. The forest is already dead, guardian. Its heart is mine, and soon, so will its soul be. But as the figure reached for the dark power it controlled, a surge of energy erupted from within you. The fire, now an uncontainable blaze, burned brighter than ever, its light pushing back the shadows, tearing through the darkness. It was time to face what had been waiting for you. The citadel would fall, and the forest would rise again. The citadel trembled beneath the weight of the fire within you, its ancient walls creaking and groaning as if they, too, could feel the encroaching tide of change. The figure before you, the dark, twisted presence that had once sought to consume the very heart of the forest, towered in the shifting shadows, its form flickering like a reflection in shattered glass. It seemed to feed off the darkness, its presence an oppressive force, yet for all its power, it could not quite quell the fire within you. As the light from your chest blazed brighter, your steps became more certain. You could feel the stone's power pulsing beneath your skin, the warmth of its connection with the earth, the forest, and the fire you had kindled deep within. It was no longer a tool to be used, it was your ally, your connection to the world you had sworn to protect. The shadows recoiled from you, twisting and snarling as the light poured from your very being, fighting to dispel the darkness that clung to every corner of the citadel. The figure raised a hand, a shadowy mist swirling around its fingers. The air thickened as a dark energy began to coalesce in the space between you. The citadel itself seemed to exhale a foul, cold breath, a stifling fog that crept along the floor and tried to smother the warmth of your fire. But it was too weak now, too diluted in the face of your strength. You think you can stop me? The figure's voice rumbled through the cold stone, deep and mocking, like the echo of a forgotten god. You cannot defeat me, guardian. You are but a fleeting spark, a brief flicker of light in an endless night. I have existed before the trees. I have existed before the stars. You are nothing but an illusion. Your gaze never wavered, your hand clenched around the stone embedded in your chest. The warmth inside you flared, and you spoke, your voice steady and unyielding despite the weight of the figure's presence. I am the fire that burns in the heart of this forest. I am the balance between light and dark, and I will not let you take what is not yours. The shadows that had surrounded you seemed to freeze for a moment, as if unsure of how to react to your unwavering resolve. But then they lashed out in a sudden, vicious wave, sweeping through the citadel with the fury of a storm. They coiled around your legs, trying to bind you, to pull you into the depths, but you fought back with the force of the fire inside you. The shadows hissed as the light from your chest sliced through them, breaking their form apart. The figure's form flickered, its presence growing darker as it gathered its strength. Do you think the forest will save you? Do you think your fire will protect you from what's to come? The balance is already broken, guardian. The shadows will consume all. You cannot resist forever. With a sudden roar, the figure released a torrent of shadow, sending it crashing toward you like a tidal wave. The very walls of the citadel shook as the darkness swelled and writhed, stretching like a living thing, eager to devour you. But you did not flinch. You did not retreat. Instead, you drew from the depths of your connection to the forest. You called on the ancient roots, the branches that stretched deep beneath the earth, the pulse of the forest that lived and breathed through every living thing. You called on the fire that burned within you, now a beacon of defiance, and you released it with all the strength you could muster. The fire erupted from your chest like an inferno, flooding the citadel with light. The shadows screamed in agony, recoiling from the blaze, their forms dissolving as the warmth cut through them like a blade. The walls of the citadel cracked and splintered under the force of your light, the very foundations of the structure groaning in protest as the balance between life and death began to shift. For a moment, there was nothing but light and shadow, a fierce, violent clash of opposites. The figure before you writhed, its form shifting and distorting, its power crumbling under the pressure of your fire. You cannot do this, it hissed, its voice ragged, broken. The citadel was built to contain, to control. I am its master. Not anymore. Your voice rang out, clear and powerful, cutting through the darkness like a sword. The fire within you flared again, and the stone in your chest pulsed with a deep, resonant rhythm. The very heart of the forest, your heart, began to synchronize with the blaze, sending out waves of pure, untainted energy. The shadows shrieked and scattered, their power fractured and broken in the face of the overwhelming light. The figure's form flickered again, its shape twisting like smoke in the wind. It was weakening, fading, its hold on the citadel slipping as the fire consumed it, the light unraveling its very essence. But it was not done yet. You think you have won, guardian? The figure's voice came from all directions now, its form no longer solid, but a shifting cloud of darkness that filled the air. The forest is already lost. The citadel's power is eternal. You cannot fight what is beyond time. The citadel shook, its walls crumbling as the figure's voice echoed through the ruins. It will return. It will always return. And when it does, you will be nothing. You stood firm, unyielding in the face of the figure's threats. The fire within you burned brighter still, wrapping around you in an impenetrable shield. The shadows that had once felt like allies now felt like an oppressive weight, but you had learned their true nature. They were nothing but a reflection of the darkness, the absence of light, and now the light was all that mattered. You may return, you said, your voice unwavering even as the figure's words tried to creep into your thoughts. But the forest will always fight, and I will always be here to defend it. With a final, thunderous roar, you released the full force of the fire within you. It surged outward, an explosion of light and heat, crashing against the figure and tearing through the citadel's walls. The shadows screamed, their forms disintegrating into nothingness as the blaze engulfed everything in its path. The citadel trembled once more, and then, with a final, deafening crack, the walls crumbled. The dark presence that had once ruled this place shattered into 1,000 pieces, dissipating into the air like smoke in the wind. The fire you had unleashed burned through the citadel, turning its twisted spires to ash, scattering the remnants of its power. You stood amidst the ruins, the fire within you flickering but strong. The shadows were gone, and the oppressive weight that had once filled the air had lifted. The citadel, the heart of the darkness, had been broken. The balance had been restored. But as the dust settled, you knew this was not the end. The forest had been saved for now. The fire within you would continue to burn, but it was no longer just a defense against the shadows. It was a symbol of life itself, a flame that would protect the balance and keep the darkness at bay. You were the guardian, and your fight was far from over. You turned toward the exit of the citadel, the light from your fire casting long, flickering shadows on the cracked stone walls. The wind had died down, and the air around you was still, but you could feel the pulse of the earth beneath your feet. The forest was calling, its heart steady once more, but there was no mistaking it. The darkness would return. It always did, but you would be ready. The citadel had fallen, its twisted spires now nothing but ruins and ash, but the forest was far from safe. The battle was over, yes, but the echoes of the darkness that had once consumed this place still lingered in the air. The fire within you, now steady and constant, pulsed like a heartbeat, alive and strong, but with a quiet, ominous undertone, as if it too was aware that the shadows were only dormant, not destroyed. As you emerged from the ruins of the citadel, the forest greeted you in silence. The trees, once withered and twisted by the citadel's malignant influence, had begun to reclaim their natural form, their leaves unfurling in a brilliant green. The earth beneath your feet hummed with energy, a deep, primal force that connected you to the land itself. The fire inside you, your connection to the forest, flickered brightly, casting long, wavering shadows that danced in the cool morning light. Yet, even as the forest began to heal, the weight of the battle hung in the air. You could feel it, the sense that something had shifted, that the citadel's fall had not ended the war, but only marked a turning point. The shadows were still there, just beyond the reach of the fire. They were patient, like a beast lying in wait for the right moment to strike again. You walked through the forest, each step purposeful, your gaze scanning the trees. The wind whispered through the leaves, but it no longer carried the oppressive weight of the citadel's dark influence. It felt lighter, almost joyful, as though the forest itself was breathing again, its pulse returning to a familiar rhythm. But beneath that pulse, there was a tension, a quiet hum, a sense that something else had been awakened by your victory. The stone in your chest pulsed with a steady rhythm, a connection to the earth deep beneath the forest floor. The fire, now fully integrated into your being, felt both like an extension of yourself and something greater. You were more than just the guardian of the forest now. You were one with it, tied to its heart, its fire, its shadows. And yet, as you walked, the forest seemed to whisper in ways you couldn't quite understand. The air grew thicker in places, the shadows deeper, though they were not the same as before. They were older, ancient. The trees that once seemed comforting now felt like silent watchers, their gnarled branches twisting toward you in a slow, deliberate motion, as if they were measuring your every step. A sharp cry broke the silence, piercing through the air like a sudden gust of wind. It was a sound of distress, a warning, and it came from deep within the heart of the forest. Without hesitation, you moved toward the source of the sound, your feet quickening with purpose. The forest responded, its branches parting before you like a path, leading you deeper into the woods. The wind picked up, brushing against your face, the scent of wet earth and pine filling your lungs. But the further you ventured, the more unsettled the atmosphere became. The shadows in the trees seemed to stretch longer, darker, as if they were watching your every move, waiting for you to slip. You reached a clearing where the earth had once been barren and lifeless. But now, something new had taken root, a dark, twisted plant unlike anything you had seen before. Its tendrils spiraled up from the ground, its roots digging deep into the soil. The leaves were black, the veins glowing a faint, sickly green, like a reflection of the citadel's corrupting influence. As you stepped closer, the air grew cold and a shiver ran down your spine. The shadows around the plant shifted unnaturally, swirling in tight patterns, almost as if they were alive. The fire within you flared, but it was reluctant to reach out, as though it feared the very thing before you. You reached for the stone embedded in your chest, its pulse quickening, and felt a dark energy radiating from the plant, a power that was not like the fire you carried. It was something other, something wrong. A voice, quiet but insistent, whispered from the shadows. You were not the first to face the darkness, and you will not be the last. Your head snapped up and your heart raced. The shadows around the plant swirled more rapidly, and the air itself seemed to tremble. The figure who had spoken was not yet visible, but you felt its presence, cold, ancient, and utterly malevolent. This was not the citadel's influence. This was something else, something that had been here long before the citadel had risen. A dark figure emerged from the shadows at the edge of the clearing, its form slowly becoming more defined as it stepped into the pale light. The figure was tall, its skin a pale, sickly gray, its eyes hollow pits of blackness, empty and endless. Its body was wrapped in tattered cloaks, its presence like an echo of death itself. The air around it seemed to vibrate with a cold energy, as though the very essence of life recoiled in its presence. "Who are you?" you demanded, stepping forward. The fire within you flared brighter, the warmth filling your chest as you faced the figure. The figure tilted its head, its hollow eyes studying you with an unsettling gaze. "I am the warden of the Forgotten Realms." Its voice was cold, like the rustling of dead leaves. "I have watched over this land for longer than you can imagine, Guardian. Longer than the forest fire has burned. I was here when the citadel rose, and I will be here when it falls again." The words hit you like a thunderclap. The warden of the Forgotten Realms? You felt the ground beneath you shift, the shadows stirring with an ancient, primordial power. The forest was no longer just the forest, it was tied to something older, something buried beneath the earth, and the warden had come from those depths, born from the forgotten past. "You came to fight the shadows, Guardian," the warden continued, stepping closer, its presence growing more oppressive with each movement. "But the shadows are not your enemy. They are only a reflection of what has been hidden beneath the earth, of what is waiting to rise again." A chill ran through your bones as the warden's words sank in. The shadows were not the true enemy, they were merely a manifestation of something deeper, something buried beneath the forest's roots, beneath the layers of time. "What do you want?" you demanded, your voice unwavering despite the rising dread in your chest. The fire within you burned brighter, but you felt it flicker as the warden's presence pressed in, like an invisible weight. "I want nothing," the warden replied with a slow, mocking smile. "I am not here to take. I am here to awaken." The citadel was never the true prison. It was only a seal holding back what has been forgotten. The fire you carry is strong, but it is not eternal. You will learn, Guardian, that even the fire must fade. The forest will die, and when it does, the shadows will rise once more. The cycle will continue. The warden raised a hand, and the shadows around you seemed to respond, twisting and writhing in the air like living things, their forms darkening even further. The plant in the center of the clearing pulsed, its tendrils reaching outward, and you could feel the force of the warden's presence growing stronger, more consuming. The fire within you roared, but now it felt smaller, distant, as though it too was being overshadowed by the power that was awakening around you. The warden had come for a purpose, to awaken something deeper, something that had been buried for centuries. The forest, the fire, the balance you had fought to restore, it was all threatened once again. And this time, the darkness was not just an enemy to fight. It was something far deeper, something older than you could have imagined. The battle was far from over. The warden's words echoed in your mind like a dark bell tolling, reverberating through the very air. The shadows are only a reflection of what has been hidden beneath the earth. It was a truth that rang with an unsettling finality. The citadel, the dark presence you had fought, had been only the surface of something far older, far deeper. The fire you carried, the light that had been your guiding force, now seemed small, fragile in the face of the warden's ancient power. You stepped back, your heart pounding, your breath catching in your throat. The warden's eyes, hollow and endless, watched you, their depth drawing you in, making your very soul tremble. Every step it took sent ripples through the shadows, like an aura of cold that extended outward, enveloping the clearing. The plant in the center pulsed, its tendrils moving with a life of their own, reaching toward you, hungry. There was no denying it, the warden was no ordinary force. It was a being of ancient power, a creature born from a time before the forest had even taken root. A presence so vast and timeless that its very existence seemed to distort the fabric of reality itself. You gripped the stone embedded in your chest, feeling the steady pulse of the fire within you, and closed your eyes. The flame was still there, faint but strong, deep within your heart. The connection to the forest was still intact, but something had changed. The shadows that surrounded you were not merely a threat to be fought, they were a reflection of something far darker, a force that could not be defeated by mere light alone. The warden's voice broke through the silence again, its words carrying an eerie certainty. "You cannot fight the roots, Guardian. The darkness does not belong to the citadel, nor to the forest. It is the soil beneath your feet, the very ground you walk upon. You are bound to it as much as you are bound to the light. The fire you carry will not last, for it is only one aspect of the cycle. The shadows will rise again. They will always rise." You could feel the air growing heavier around you, as though the very earth beneath your feet was alive, breathing in time with the warden's words. It was true, your connection to the forest, the balance you had worked so hard to restore, was a bond that went deep, down into the roots of the world itself. But now, Those roots had become tainted, twisted, feeding the darkness that had once been hidden. The warden's presence loomed over you, overwhelming, and yet you felt a strange compulsion to look deeper, beyond the figure, beyond the shadows that writhed in its wake. What if there was something more to this story? What if the shadows, the darkness, were not inherently evil? What if they were simply misunderstood? As if reading your thoughts, the warden's voice softened, a trace of something almost gentler lingering in the air. You see it, don't you? The truth beneath the surface. The forest is not the only place that has been shaped by time. The darkness, too, has a purpose. It is not just a thing of destruction, of decay. It is part of the cycle. The balance between light and dark has always existed, but it is fragile. It is dying. You felt your heart race, the fire inside of you flaring with uncertainty. The warden was not just an enemy, it was a voice of something far older, something more ancient than you could comprehend. The shadows that had once been your adversaries were not merely threats. They were part of the greater whole. A force of creation, perhaps, as much as they were a force of destruction. But if that were true, what did that mean for the fire you carried? Was it destined to fade? Would it, too, become a part of the cycle that was ending? Was it even possible to restore the balance? Or was this just the final, inevitable step toward the world's unraveling? The warden's form wavered as if it sensed your inner conflict. I am not here to destroy you, Guardian. Its voice, though cold, held a trace of something more, something like sorrow. I am here to remind you that the fire will eventually burn out. The cycle must be completed. Only then can the forest truly be reborn. And only then can you see what lies beneath the roots. Before you could respond, the ground beneath you trembled. The earth shifted with a low rumble, and the shadows seemed to rise in answer, curling around your legs like fingers, pulling at your resolve. The plant in the center of the clearing writhed, its tendrils extending further, wrapping around the trees, sinking deeper into the soil. The darkness was spreading, growing, awakening. The fire within you flared again, its warmth strong and steady, but you felt it growing dimmer, as though something was pulling at its flame, slowly, insidiously. The warden's gaze, unwavering, bore into you, and for a moment, you saw the truth of its words. The fire would not last forever. It was part of the balance, yes, but so was the shadow. So was the darkness. The realization hit you with the force of a lightning bolt. The shadows had never truly been your enemy. They were as much a part of the world as the fire, as the forest. The true enemy was not the darkness itself, but the forces that sought to control it, to hoard it for their own gain. The citadel had been a prison, a false attempt to contain something that could never truly be contained. But now the question remained, what would you do with this knowledge? The warden's voice broke through the growing silence. The forest, the fire, the shadows, these things are not yours to control. They are the embodiment of the cycle. And you, Guardian, are a part of it. You stepped forward, the fire inside you surging in defiance, but this time, it was not just a blaze of light, it was a flame of understanding. The shadows no longer felt like enemies, but like something older, wiser. Something that had always been there, waiting for you to see it, to understand it. I will not let it die. Your voice was steady, though the weight of the truth pressed heavily on your chest. I will fight to protect the forest. I will fight to protect the balance. But I will also fight to understand it, to embrace it. Light and dark, fire and shadow, together. The warden studied you, its hollow eyes unreadable but a trace of something, an understanding perhaps, passed through its form. It stepped back, allowing the shadows to recede slightly, the darkness lifting just enough to let the light from your fire shine through. Then perhaps there is hope for you yet, Guardian. The warden's voice was quiet, its tone shifting, almost approving. But remember this, the shadows will not remain dormant forever. You will have to choose again. And when that time comes, you will have to decide, will you stand with the light, or will you stand with the shadows? As the warden faded into the shadows, the last of its words lingered in the air like smoke. The forest around you was silent once again, but now the air felt different. The weight of the decision you had made, of the balance you had begun to understand, hung heavy on your shoulders. The fire still burned, but it no longer felt as simple as it once had. The shadows, though no longer an immediate threat, remained ever present, waiting for the moment when the cycle would once again shift. The forest was not the same as it had been, and neither were you. The shadows lingered, curling around the edges of your vision, almost imperceptible yet undeniably there. The warden's presence, though it had receded, had left a lingering weight on the air, like a storm cloud hanging just beyond the horizon. The forest, once vibrant and alive, now felt different, changed. There was a quiet unrest within its depths, a subtle shift in the balance that even the trees seemed to feel. The very earth beneath your feet thrummed with the pulse of something ancient, something deep, buried beneath layers of time. The fire that burned within you flickered, the flame steady but not as blinding as it had once been. It was no longer the pure, untainted light you had always believed it to be. It was something more now, something intertwined with the shadows. It was the fire of balance, the fire of the cycle. And that truth sat heavy on your chest, its weight pressing against your ribs with each breath you took. The wind picked up, sending a ripple through the trees as if the forest itself was speaking. A low murmur rolled through the leaves, carried on the breeze as if the land itself were trying to warn you, or perhaps simply reminding you of what you now knew, that you were a part of something far greater than yourself. You walked through the clearing, your footsteps soft against the damp earth. The twisted plant that had once seemed so alien now pulsed with a strange rhythm, its dark tendrils retreating into the ground, as though the earth was drawing it back, like a deep breath before the storm. The shadows around it had lessened, but you could feel them still, curling, watching, waiting. The citadel had fallen, but the true battle had only just begun. The forest had not given up, but it was wounded, its vitality depleted. The healing would take time, and in that time, you could feel the darkness stirring again deep beneath the roots. The fire within you was a light in that darkness, but it was no longer enough. You could feel it. This was not a battle of fire against shadow. This was a war of understanding, of embracing both forces, acknowledging their roles in the eternal dance of life and death. As you walked deeper into the forest, your thoughts were interrupted by a sound, a quiet, almost imperceptible rustling, like the movement of something not quite natural. You stopped, instinctively reaching for the fire within you, calling it to the surface. It flared, bright and strong, casting a glow that pushed back the shadows around you. But it was not just the light you sought. You had learned to listen, to feel the deeper currents of the forest, to understand the rhythm of life that pulsed through it. A figure emerged from the shadows, stepping lightly between the trees, its form ghostly and almost ethereal. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than a trick of the light, a shadow given shape, but as it drew closer, its form became more solid, more defined. It was a woman, or something that resembled one. She was tall and graceful, her movements fluid, like a creature born of the forest itself. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, as though made of mist or moonlight. Her hair was long and dark, flowing behind her like a river of ink. But it was her eyes that captured you, eyes that shimmered with the soft glow of twilight, neither fully light nor dark, but something in between. She stopped a few paces from you, her gaze piercing and unblinking. There was a quiet strength about her, a calm that radiated from her presence. And there was something else, something that made your heart beat faster, something that felt like an echo of the warden's power, but softer, gentler. "You are the guardian," she said, her voice a soft melody that seemed to flow with the wind. "The one who holds the fire. The one who walks between the light and the dark." You nodded, unsure of what to say. The woman did not look like any creature you had encountered before. There was something ancient in her, something that belonged to the very bones of the earth, to the deep places of the world. She felt like a memory of the forest, an echo of its forgotten past. "And you are, what?" you asked cautiously, feeling the fire inside you rise, but not with aggression, more with curiosity. The woman's presence was neither threatening nor reassuring. It was simply ancient. "I am an echo of the forest's first breath," she replied, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if searching for something within you. "I have watched this land grow, seen its fire and its shadows. I have seen the light and the dark dance together as they always do. But now, something stirs beneath the earth, something older than the shadows you face, older than the fire you carry." You felt the tremor of her words, the weight of their meaning settling over you like a fog. Beneath the earth? What could be older than both light and dark? The woman tilted her head, her long hair falling over her shoulders in a dark cascade. "The fire you carry, guardian, is not the fire. It is a reflection of the fire that lies beneath the roots of the world. The earth has a heartbeat, you know. A pulse that resounds with every moment of life, every death, every cycle. But that pulse is not constant. It shifts. It grows weak at times, and when it does, the shadows rise. But when the fire is strong, the shadows sleep. This is the balance you were meant to protect." You looked down at your chest, feeling the stone embedded their pulse in rhythm with her words. It was more than a connection to the forest, it was a link to the world itself. The fire within you was not just your own. It was a fragment of something greater, something that had been here long before you had been born. "But it is not enough, is it?" the woman asked, her voice softening as if she had seen the conflict in your eyes. The fire cannot stand alone. And the shadows cannot stand alone either. The balance is fragile, yes. But it is not the fire or the shadow that is most important. It is the space between them. The place where light and dark touch. Where they intertwine. That is where true power lies. You stepped forward, a mixture of awe and confusion flooding your thoughts. The space between them? The woman smiled, but it was a sad, knowing smile. Yes, Guardian. The place where the light and dark do not fight, but meet. Where they do not oppose, but complement each other. You see, this is not a battle of good versus evil. This is not a struggle between light and dark. This is the cycle. The forest breathes through both of them. The fire and the shadows are not enemies, they are partners. And it is only when they work together that life can continue. Your heart pounded as the weight of her words settled over you. The truth was so much deeper than you had ever realized. The forest, the fire, the shadows, even the very earth beneath your feet, was not just a place to protect. It was a living, breathing entity, a system that thrived on balance. And that balance was delicate. You had been fighting not just for the forest, but for the cycle itself. How do I protect it? You asked, your voice strained as the fire inside you flared in response to the uncertainty and the weight of the woman's revelation. By understanding it. The woman's gaze softened, and she stepped closer, placing a cool hand on your shoulder. By accepting both the fire and the shadows. You do not need to choose between them, Guardian. You must learn to walk with them. In balance. Always in balance. You felt the fire within you settle, not dimming but calming, as if the earth itself were breathing a sigh of relief. You were not alone in this fight. The shadows were not your enemies, they were part of the very fabric of the world. And the fire? It was not a weapon to wield against the darkness, but a guide, a companion in the eternal dance between light and dark. The woman's form began to fade into the mist, her presence like a dream slipping away at dawn. The cycle will continue, Guardian. The shadows will rise. The fire will burn. And when the time comes, you will know what to do. And with that, she was gone, leaving you standing alone in the heart of the forest, the weight of her words echoing in your mind. The forest stood still in the aftermath of the woman's words, the mist slowly dissipating as the trees whispered to one another, their branches gently creaking in the quiet air. The weight of the truth settled heavily upon you, like a mantle you had no choice but to bear. You had always believed that the fire within you was the force that would drive back the darkness, that it was the light, the ultimate answer to the shadows. But now the fire was no longer just a weapon or a protector. It was a part of the balance, a fragment of something much older, much more profound than you had realized. The shadows too were not to be feared. They were not the enemy. They were merely the other half of the cycle, the counterpart to the fire. The space between them, where light and dark touched, was where true power lay. The fire alone could never restore the balance. The shadows alone could never sustain it. The two forces had to exist together in harmony. But even as you absorbed the woman's words, you felt a deep unease welling up inside you. The fire inside your chest had never felt more alive, more intense, but it also felt different, as though it was not the same fire you had carried before. It was pulsing with a strange energy, as if it too was trying to find its place in this new understanding. The warden's warnings echoed in your mind, the shadows will rise again. And yet, you knew this was not the end. The cycle could not be stopped, and it was not meant to be. The shadows would return, yes, but this time they would not come to consume you. They would come to restore the balance that had been broken. But how could you, the keeper of the fire, find peace with the darkness that had once threatened to swallow everything? You stepped forward, the forest path before you still as mysterious as it was familiar. The soft rustling of the leaves seemed to invite you deeper into the heart of the woods. Your every step felt like a question, a search for answers. The stone embedded in your chest pulsed steadily, a quiet reminder that you were tethered to this place, to the balance, to the flame. But it was no longer just a fire. It was the flame of the world itself. You were not just its guardian, you were a part of it. As you walked, the wind shifted, carrying with it a scent of damp earth, of rain yet to come. The sky above had darkened since your encounter with the woman, the clouds rolling in with a quiet intensity. In the distance, you could hear the low rumble of thunder, a reminder that even the skies were part of the cycle. Suddenly, there was a flash of movement ahead. Your pulse quickened, the fire within you flaring to life in response. But this time, you did not act instinctively. You held back, forcing yourself to stay still, to wait. The shadows were not your enemy. You had learned that now. Instead, you allowed the presence before you to draw closer, to reveal itself. The figure that emerged from the trees was not the warden, nor was it anything you had encountered before. It was a man, though not one of flesh and blood. His form shimmered like mist, his outline indistinct, like a memory that had yet to fully take shape. His eyes were a brilliant white, almost blinding in their intensity, and his voice, when he spoke, carried with it the weight of centuries. "You have learned much, guardian." His voice was like the wind, soft yet powerful, carrying the weight of the forest's secrets. "The fire within you has grown, and the shadows have whispered their truths. You now understand the cycle, the balance. But there is more you must learn." You felt a shiver run through you as his presence washed over you. There was a deep, ancient power in him, but it was not threatening. It was calm like the earth itself, enduring and patient. "Who are you?" you asked, your voice steady, though uncertainty still lingered beneath the surface. The man's form flickered slightly, as though he were not fully of this world, but not entirely apart from it either. "I am a keeper of the deep," he said, his voice carrying the weight of the earth, the wind, and the sky. "A force older than the fire, older than the darkness. I am a part of the cycle as you are now. A force that does not seek to control or destroy, but to witness and guide." A shudder ran through you as his words settled in. A keeper of the deep? What did that mean? You were still grasping the concept of the fire and the shadows being two halves of a whole. But this was something else entirely. The deeper, more fundamental force beneath it all. "You are not alone, guardian," the man continued, his form flickering again. "The fire you carry is not just your own. It is the fire of the world. But it is also the shadow of the world. Both are woven together, and it is through them that all things are born, grow, and return to the earth. You are the flame, but you are also the soil. The cycle is not just a path, it is a pulse, a heartbeat that cannot be ignored." The words made your mind spin, a whirlwind of thoughts and questions. You are the flame, but you are also the soil. What did that mean? How could you, a being of light, also be a part of the soil, the very earth that the shadows called home? The man's form flickered once more, then became more solid, his shape finally taking a clearer form. His features were rough, his skin dark and cracked like the bark of an ancient tree. His eyes, though blindingly white, held a depth that felt endless, like the very core of the earth itself. "You must choose now, guardian," he said, his tone grave though not unkind. "The shadows will rise again. The cycle will continue. But this time it will not be the same. You must choose, will you stand with the fire or will you stand with the shadows?" The question hung in the air, a weight so heavy that it threatened to crush you beneath it. The fire you had carried had always been your answer. It had always been the light, the warmth, the protection against the cold. But now the shadows were not enemies. They were part of the same cycle, part of the same force. Could you truly stand with the shadows as you had once stood with the fire? You took a deep breath, the fire within you burning brighter, yet quieter, as though waiting for your answer. The stone embedded in your chest pulsed once, a rhythmic beat that mirrored the pulse of the earth. You understood now. It was not a matter of choosing fire or shadow. It was a matter of embracing both. The light and the dark, the life and the death, they were all part of the same cycle. "I choose both," you said, your voice steady as you stepped forward. The fire inside you flared, but this time, it was not a blaze of defiance. It was a beacon, a flame that embraced the shadows instead of fighting them. The man's form flickered, then solidified, a look of quiet approval in his eyes. "Then you understand, guardian. The fire and the shadow will always be with you. But you are the pulse of the cycle, the heartbeat that keeps it going. Remember this, the fire will burn, the shadows will rise, and you will walk the path between them." With that, the man's form began to fade, dissolving into the mist once more, leaving you alone in the heart of the forest. But you were not truly alone. The fire inside you burned steady, and the shadows that lingered were no longer a threat. They were part of the whole, just as you were. And so, you continued your walk, no longer searching for answers, but for the path that lay between the flame and the shadow, the place where the cycle would continue, where the forest would grow, and where you, its guardian, would stand always. The air was thick with the scent of rain, a heavy mist rising from the forest floor as the distant rumble of thunder echoed through the trees. A storm was coming, though it felt distant, as if it was waiting for something. Waiting for you. The moment stretched before you, suspended in time, as you stood at the threshold between the fire and the shadows, between the light and the dark. The choice you had made, both, was not an easy one. The path before you was no longer clear. It was a winding trail, twisting in directions you had never anticipated, leading into places you could not yet comprehend. The fire that burned within you had always been a beacon, a guide that pushed back the darkness. But now, that light was tempered by the shadows you had embraced. It was no longer just a fire of warmth and light, but a fire that danced with the cold. It was a fire that belonged to the cycle, the same cycle that bound the forest, the earth, and you. You took a step forward, the pulse of the earth beneath you a steady rhythm, an ancient beat that seemed to echo in your bones. The fire in your chest pulsed in time with it, steady, constant. But the shadows were no longer distant. They were close now, close enough that you could feel their pull, the subtle, almost magnetic force that drew you toward them. They no longer felt like enemies. They felt like companions, as much a part of you as the fire. The path ahead twisted deeper into the heart of the forest, the trees growing closer together, their branches arching overhead, creating a canopy of shadow and light. The wind shifted, stirring the leaves in a soft whisper, carrying with it a voice, faint but distinct. You have made your choice, guardian. You stopped, your breath catching in your throat as you turned toward the source of the voice. It was soft, like a murmur in the wind, but there was no mistaking the weight it carried. The figure that emerged from the shadows was not one you had expected. It was a woman, but not the same woman you had met before. This one was older, her face lined with age, but there was a sharpness in her eyes that spoke of wisdom, of deep understanding. Her hair was silver, flowing down her back like a river of moonlight. She was dressed in the tattered remnants of robes that seemed to blend with the forest itself, as if she were part of it. You walk between the fire and the shadows now, guardian, she said, her voice both gentle and commanding. The path you have chosen is not without its cost. The balance you seek to protect is fragile. You will face trials, challenges, forces that will test your resolve. But you are not alone. Her words seemed to vibrate with a resonance that reached deep within you. The fire inside you flickered, its heat rising, but now there was a deeper warmth in your chest, an understanding that had not been there before. You had always thought of the fire as something separate, something you controlled. But now the fire and the shadows were intertwined, inseparable. They were the same pulse, the same heartbeat that drove the world. The woman stepped forward, her presence calm but undeniably powerful. You are part of the cycle, guardian. You always have been. The shadows that have haunted you are not to be destroyed, but embraced. They are as necessary as the fire you carry. I understand, you said, though you felt a pang of doubt still lingering in your heart. It was one thing to know something in your mind, but it was another to accept it fully. The shadows you had once fought now seemed less like an enemy and more like a partner, but what did that mean for your role as the protector of the forest? Could you really stand in the space between the two forces, light and dark, fire and shadow, without being torn apart by them? The woman smiled, a soft, knowing smile that spoke of centuries of understanding. It will not be easy, guardian, but it is necessary. The balance is not something that can be kept in stasis. It will shift, it will grow, and it will change. That is the nature of the cycle. But you are the one who will keep it steady, who will walk the line between them. You are the guardian not just of the fire, but of the path that lies between the light and the dark. You felt the weight of her words settle upon you, grounding you in a way that was both comforting and unsettling. There was a deep responsibility in what she said, one that you had never fully grasped until now. You were not just the keeper of the fire. You were the keeper of the balance. But what of the forest? You asked, your voice tinged with uncertainty. What if the shadows rise again? What if they consume everything? The woman's gaze softened, and she reached out, her hand resting lightly on your shoulder. The shadows will rise, yes, and they will fall. The fire will burn, and it will fade. The balance will always shift, but the forest will endure. The forest is not just the trees and the leaves. It is the earth itself. It is the rhythm of the world, the pulse that beats in time with the seasons. The forest will continue because it is a part of the cycle, just as you are. You felt the truth of her words seep into you, settling like roots deep within your soul. The forest was not just a place. It was a living, breathing entity. The fire you carried, the shadows you had come to accept, they were all a part of it. And so were you. So what must I do now? You asked, your voice steady, though the weight of what lay ahead pressed against you like an invisible tide. The woman's smile deepened, and for a moment she looked at you with the same steady gaze that the trees had given you when you first entered the forest. Now you must walk the path. The fire will guide you, but it will not lead you through every trial. The shadows will teach you what the fire cannot. You must learn to navigate between the two, to allow them to shape you, not break you. The cycle will not be kind to those who seek to control it. You must allow it to change you, guardian, for only then will you understand the true nature of balance. Her words rang true in your ears, resonating deep within your being. The path you walked was not one of control, but of acceptance. You would walk between the fire and the shadows, allowing them to guide you not just as a protector, but as a part of the ever-turning cycle. She turned then, her figure dissolving into the mist as the wind picked up, the sound of distant thunder reverberating through the trees. Remember, Guardian, the shadows are not your enemy. They are simply part of the world's pulse. Embrace them and you will understand what it means to be both light and dark. To walk between them as you were meant to. The forest grew quieter as she vanished, and for the first time, you felt the full weight of what it meant to be the Guardian, not just of the fire, but of the balance itself. The air around you seemed to shift, the storm brewing overhead a reflection of the turmoil within you. The fire within you burned brighter, the warmth more intense, but there was a faint flicker in its flame as though it was waiting for something. The shadows that had once seemed oppressive now felt right. They were not to be feared, but respected. And so, with the fire in your chest and the shadows at your back, you stepped forward into the heart of the forest, where the true trials awaited. And with each step, you realized, this path, the path between the flame and the shadow, would be your path for as long as the forest needed you. The balance was not just a duty, it was a destiny. The rain had begun to fall, soft at first, then heavier, the droplets coming in waves that seemed to wash over the forest in rhythm with the pulse of the earth beneath you. The air felt alive, heavy with the weight of the storm and the weight of your decisions. As the wind whispered through the trees and the thunder rumbled in the distance, you felt the presence of both fire and shadow, the two forces now intertwined within you. They were no longer separate, no longer opposing. They were a part of you as much as your own breath, your heartbeat. You were the pulse of the cycle, the space between the flame and the shadow, and this path you walked, this path of balance, was as much a part of the forest as the very soil beneath your feet. The storm, though fierce, had a strange calming effect on you. Each raindrop, each gust of wind, seemed to carry a message, an unspoken truth that you were learning to listen to. The air smelled of wet earth and growing things, the scent of life and death coexisting in harmony. The shadows beneath the trees seemed to shift with a life of their own, as if they were aware of your every movement. But there was no fear now, no dread, just an understanding, a sense that this was how it had always been meant to be. Yet even as you walked deeper into the forest, there was a quiet pull inside you, a tug at your heart that told you this was not the end of your journey. The path between the fire and the shadow was not a destination, but a continuous journey. It was a walk that would take you into places of both great beauty and great danger. And now you could feel it, a trial was coming. The forest was testing you. The trees thinned as you approached a clearing, the canopy overhead parting just enough to let a sliver of moonlight filter through. The light of the moon caught the glistening raindrops on the leaves, creating a sparkling, ethereal glow. The clearing was empty at first, but you could feel it. Something was waiting for you. Something ancient, something powerful. A voice, soft but commanding, echoed through the clearing. It was not the woman you had met before, nor the man who had guided you. This voice felt different. It felt older, like a memory of something that had existed before the fire, before the shadows, before even the first breath of the forest. You have chosen the path of balance, the voice said, its tone echoing through the clearing like the reverberation of distant thunder. But balance is not a state of stasis. It is not a comfortable place. It is a boundary that must be tested, shaped, and redefined. The voice paused, and a deep silence settled in the air. You could feel the weight of its words pressing down on you. It was a reminder that the balance was not a passive thing. It was not something that could be maintained easily. It required vigilance. It required strength. It required the willingness to face what lay beyond the boundary of what you understood. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form tall and imposing. It was a creature made of mist and shadow, its outline shifting with the movement of the wind. The figure stepped into the clearing, and you could feel its presence, its power filling the space. It was a being of the dark, but there was no malice in its form, only the weight of ancient knowledge, of primal understanding. "I am the keeper of the boundaries," the figure intoned, "and I am here to test your resolve, Guardian. You have chosen to walk the line between light and dark. But to truly understand the balance, you must face what lies beyond it. You must face the limits of your understanding, the boundaries you have set for yourself. Only then can you truly walk the path." The figure raised its hand, and the shadows in the clearing shifted, coiling around the trees and the ground like living creatures. The shadows were not threatening, but they were everywhere. They were the very fabric of the clearing, weaving around you, pressing against you, challenging you to understand them. "The balance is not about control," the keeper said, its voice soft but powerful. It is about understanding the boundaries, the edges between light and dark, the places where they meet and where they separate. These boundaries are not fixed. They are fluid. They are constantly shifting, and they must be respected. The shadows deepened around you, their touch growing colder, more intense. The fire inside you flickered in response, growing warmer, brighter, but it too was affected by the darkness. You could feel the pull of the shadows, the way they sought to draw you in, to consume you. But the fire inside you fought back, pushing them away, holding them at bay. This was the test. The boundary between the light and the dark, between the forces you had learned to accept as part of the cycle. Could you keep them in balance? Could you stand between them without being swallowed? The keeper's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and the shadows around you began to writhe, their forms twisting into shapes, into faces, into figures of your past, your fears, your doubts. You saw faces you recognized, people you had known, places you had left behind. But there were other faces too, faces twisted by shadow, by fear, by anger. They reached for you, calling your name, whispering words of doubt, trying to pull you into the darkness. You felt a surge of fear rise within you, but you forced it down. You had made the choice. You had embraced the fire and the shadow, but now you had to stand with them. You could not allow yourself to be consumed by either side. The shadows would rise again, yes, but they would not take you. Not unless you allowed them to. The fire inside you flared, bright and steady. You held it close, but you did not fight the shadows. Instead, you embraced them. You allowed the darkness to touch you, to surround you, but you did not let it overtake you. The fire and the shadow were not enemies. They were not forces to be controlled. They were partners in the cycle, each with a place, each with a role to play. You have passed the first test, Guardian, the keeper said, its voice echoing with approval. You have faced the boundary between light and dark, and you have stood firm. The cycle is not about perfection. It is about understanding. It is about balance. And you have learned that balance is not something to be forced. It is something to be embraced. The shadows receded, their forms dissolving into the mist, leaving the clearing silent and still once more. The fire inside you burned brightly, its warmth a reminder that you had faced the trial, and you had succeeded. But this was only the beginning. There will be more trials, the keeper's voice echoed one final time. But you are no longer alone in this. The fire and the shadow are with you. You are the pulse of the cycle, the one who walks the path between them. Remember this, the balance is not static. It will change. It will grow. And you will grow with it. The keeper's form faded into the shadows, leaving you standing alone in the clearing, the weight of the trial settling on your shoulders. The storm overhead had not yet passed, but now there was something different in the air. A quiet stillness that spoke of something deeper, something older. You had passed the test of the boundaries, but there was more to come. Much more. And as you walked deeper into the forest, the path now clearer, you knew that the journey you had started was far from over. You were the guardian, not just of the fire, but of the balance. And this path, this journey, would take you into the heart of the forest, into the very pulse of the earth itself. The storm had softened into a steady, relentless drizzle, the kind that soaked the earth thoroughly and turned the ground beneath you into a cool, squelching mass. But even the rain felt different now. It was not an inconvenience, nor a disruption. It was part of the cycle. The earth drank it in, and the forest breathed it back out, the rhythm of life continuing undisturbed by the weather. Your steps were slow, deliberate, each footfall sinking slightly into the damp ground, as if the earth itself was accepting your presence, guiding you deeper into the heart of the forest. The rain had washed away the remnants of the keeper's presence, leaving you alone, but you did not feel truly solitary. The shadows were with you. The fire within you still burned brightly, though now, its warmth was tempered by the deep understanding of what it meant to walk between the two forces. There was no longer the fear of being consumed. You were part of them just as much as the forest was part of you. But the path ahead was not as simple as it seemed. You had faced the trial of the boundaries, but that had been only a surface test. The true trial was deeper, hidden within the very fabric of the forest itself. The cycle was not something you could control, it was something you had to live. The trials ahead were not just physical, they were emotional, spiritual. They would test your ability to walk in the spaces between, to accept both light and dark as equals, as necessary counterparts. The trees began to grow taller as you moved forward, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches heavy with rain and life. The canopy above was so dense now that it blocked out most of the sky, casting the forest into near-complete darkness. The only light came from the faint glow of your own fire, casting long, flickering shadows around you. You could feel the shadows pressing in, shifting just out of sight, though you knew they were not there to harm you. They were part of the world, part of the forest as much as you were. As you walked, the air grew thicker, the atmosphere heavier. It was as though the very forest was holding its breath, waiting for something, anticipating your next move. The sense of unease that had lingered at the edges of your mind began to swell, but now it was not fear. It was a feeling of dread, not for your own safety, but for something much older, something buried beneath the roots of the world. You stopped, your pulse quickening as the feeling of being watched intensified. There was something ahead, something deep within the forest that was calling to you, pulling at the edges of your consciousness. You had been through trials before, but this was different. This was something that resonated with the heartbeat of the forest itself. It was a part of the cycle, but it was hidden, tucked away in the deep places where light never reached, where even the shadows dared not tread. The rain intensified, the sound of it pounding against the leaves above you filling the air, but there was an eerie silence beneath it, a stillness that crept into your bones. The shadows shifted again, moving around you like whispers, like the very essence of the forest reaching out, trying to warn you or perhaps beckon you forward. Guardian. The voice was soft, like a breath on the wind, but it carried the weight of an ancient presence, something older than the trees, older than the forest. It was not the voice of the keeper, nor the woman you had met before. This voice was deeper, more resonant, as though it came from the very earth beneath your feet. You have crossed the threshold. The cycle begins anew. But to truly understand it, you must face what lies beneath. The deep places. The places where light and shadow have never touched. Where even the cycle itself begins and ends. You turned, your heart racing, the fire inside you flaring to life in response to the voice. But there was no figure to be seen. Only the dense trees, the rain, and the swirling shadows. You could feel the presence, though, the deep thrum of something ancient, something alive beneath the earth. "Who are you?" you called, your voice steady, but tinged with the uncertainty that had begun to creep into your thoughts. "What lies beneath the forest?" The voice seemed to grow quieter for a moment, as though considering your words, then it responded, its tone both sad and knowing. "You seek answers, Guardian. But answers are not always what you need. To understand the true nature of the cycle, you must first understand the roots of it. The forest does not exist just above the ground. It stretches deep below, where light and shadow have no form. You must go there, to the heart of the earth, where the balance is first forged." You felt the ground beneath you shift, not in a physical sense but in a spiritual one. It was as though the forest itself was shifting, its foundations rippling out like the aftershocks of an earthquake. The shadows around you began to coalesce, drawing together into a singular mass, a swirling void that beckoned you forward. There was something undeniable in its pull, something deep within you that recognized the truth in the voice's words. This was the next step, the next trial. You could not turn back. With a deep breath, you stepped forward into the swirling shadows, the rain intensifying around you, becoming almost blinding in its downpour. The fire inside you burned brighter as you ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the path ahead now completely obscured by the storm and the darkening shadows. The trees seemed to close in around you, their branches grasping at you like hands reaching out from the depths of the earth itself. The air grew colder as you descended further into the forest's core. The very ground beneath you seemed to pulse, alive with the heartbeat of the earth. You could feel it now, the pulse that the woman had spoken of, the pulse of life and death, of balance. It was in every breath, in every step, in every drop of rain that fell from the sky. You were walking the line, yes, but you were also walking the depths. Ahead, the forest began to open up. The trees gave way to a clearing, a massive pit of shadows at its center. You could feel the weight of the place, the sense of something ancient and powerful buried deep within it. The shadows here were thick, heavy, like the very fabric of the world itself had been woven into this place. The fire within you pulsed with a quiet urgency, its warmth pressing against the cool, suffocating air. But the shadows felt different. They were not threatening. They were not the same as the shadows you had embraced before. These were primal, raw. They were the very foundation of the cycle. You stepped closer to the edge of the pit, your heart racing in your chest. There was no going back now. This was the heart of the forest, the place where the cycle began and ended. You could feel the pulse of the earth beneath your feet, stronger now, more insistent. The shadows stirred, and for a moment you thought you saw something move within them, something alive. "Step forward, Guardian," the voice whispered once more, its tone now filled with a sense of finality. "The balance will be forged in the deep places, where the fire and the shadow first meet. Only then will you understand the true nature of the cycle." The ground beneath you seemed to give way, and for a brief moment, everything felt like it was shifting. The shadows rose up around you, swallowing you whole, and with it, you fell deeper into the earth, into the place where the fire and the shadow first came together, where the pulse of life began and where it would end. The world around you seemed to collapse inward as the shadows swallowed you whole, a dense, thick blackness that pressed in from all sides, consuming the fire in your chest. The warmth that had always been so reliable, so comforting, flickered and waned as though it was being smothered by the very earth itself. You had passed through many trials before, but this was different. There was no visible path ahead, no clearing to guide you. There was only the overwhelming pull of the shadows, the sensation of falling deeper into something much older than yourself. The shadows around you began to pulse, their rhythm matching the beat of your own heart, a steady, insistent thrum that seemed to echo in your bones. The deeper you fell, the more it felt as though you were descending into the very core of the earth. The fire inside you fought against it, but it felt so far away now, a distant flicker in the midst of the darkness. You reached out, trying to anchor yourself, but the shadows surrounded you like a living thing, wrapping around your limbs, pressing against your skin. Guardian. The voice came from all around you, from the very depths of the shadows themselves. It was not the keeper, nor the woman who had warned you before. This voice was different, as if it were the voice of the earth itself, a voice that had been buried for centuries, waiting for you to reach it. You have stepped into the heart of the cycle now, the place where all things begin and end. Here, in the deep places, there is no light, no dark. There is only the pulse, the rhythm that keeps the world turning. The fire you carry is a part of it, but it is not the whole. The shadows you fear are also part of it, but they are not the whole either. The true nature of the cycle is neither fire nor shadow. It is something more. The words resonated deeply within you, not just in your mind, but in your very being. You were not in the forest anymore. You were no longer walking the path of balance. You were standing at the intersection of life and death, light and dark, fire and shadow. The cycle was not just a balance, it was a force that was older than the trees, older than the stars. A force that pulsed through everything, binding the world together, binding you to it. To truly understand the cycle, the voice continued, the shadows thickening around you, you must surrender yourself to it. You must become part of it, not just a witness to it. The fire that burns within you, the shadows that move around you, they are not separate from you. They are part of your soul, part of the very earth beneath your feet. The pulse you feel is not just the rhythm of the world. It is your own pulse. Your heart beats in time with the world's, just as the fire and shadow beat in time with each other. You closed your eyes, feeling the darkness press in around you. The fire in your chest pulsed once, then again, slower this time, as though it were being pulled deeper into the earth. But this time, it didn't feel like it was being extinguished. It felt like it was merging with something larger, something ancient and unyielding. Suddenly there was a shift. The earth trembled beneath you, sending a ripple through the shadows. The fire in your chest flared once more, brighter than before, but this time, it wasn't just a flash of heat. It was a force. The shadows responded, pulling away from you, recoiling from the warmth, but they did not retreat entirely. Instead, they shifted as if bowing before the fire, acknowledging its presence. Do you understand now, Guardian? The voice whispered, softer now, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. The cycle is not about light versus dark, fire versus shadow. It is about unity. It is about understanding that both are necessary. Both are parts of the same pulse. Without one, the other cannot exist. You are not just the guardian of the fire. You are the heartbeat of the cycle itself. A deep, rumbling sound filled the air, and the shadows began to part, slowly revealing the landscape around you. The deep blackness of the earth seemed to give way to an opening, a vast, cavernous space that stretched out before you, lit by the soft glow of firelight. The floor beneath you was a shifting mass of roots and stone, twisting together in patterns that mirrored the movements of the earth itself. This was no ordinary place. This was the heart of the world, the space where all things began, where the fire and the shadows first met. You stepped forward, your fire burning brightly once more, but now it felt different. It was not just your fire. It was the fire of the earth. The shadows that had once felt like enemies were no longer so. They were not evil. They were not to be feared. They were part of the cycle just as the fire was. And now, in this place, you could feel the unity of the two, how they were interwoven in the very fabric of the world. In the center of the cavern, a massive stone pedestal rose from the ground, its surface smooth and ancient, worn by the passage of countless years. Upon it lay an object, an orb of pure light, suspended in the air by no visible means. It pulsed with an energy that was both familiar and foreign to you, its light the color of the dawn, warm and inviting. But as you approached, You felt the shadows swirl around it, the darkness seeking to envelope it, to extinguish it. This is the heart of the cycle, the voice whispered once more, now distant, as though it were coming from the very stone beneath your feet. It is both fire and shadow. It is the source of all life, all death, all light, and all dark. It is what binds the world together. And it is what you must protect. Your fire surged within you, and you stepped closer to the pedestal, drawn toward the orb as if it were calling to you. But as you reached out, the shadows twisted around it, swirling with a force that threatened to pull you in, to swallow the light. The fire within you flared in response, but you hesitated. This was not a battle between fire and shadow. This was the test of the cycle. To protect the heart, you could not fight the shadows. You had to embrace them. You closed your eyes and steadied your breath, feeling the balance within you shift. The fire inside you did not need to fight the shadows. It needed to accept them, to let them flow together as part of the cycle, just as the earth itself accepted both light and dark, life and death. The shadows receded slowly, merging with the fire, not as enemies but as partners. The orb before you pulsed brighter, its light growing warmer, until it radiated a soft, steady glow, lighting the cavern in a way that felt like a new dawn. The shadows that had once seemed so threatening now felt like an embrace, as if the earth itself was welcoming you, accepting you as part of the cycle. You reached out, your hand brushing against the orb. The warmth that radiated from it was not just the warmth of fire, but the warmth of the earth, of the balance, of the cycle. You understood now. The cycle was not just about balance. It was about connection. The fire, the shadows, the earth, everything was connected, a part of the same pulse. And as you stood there, your hand resting on the heart of the cycle, you knew that you had not just embraced the balance between fire and shadow. You had become part of it. And now the cycle would continue, its rhythm beating in time with your own heart, guiding you forward. The moment your hand made contact with the heart of the cycle, everything shifted. The cavern trembled beneath your feet, and for a fleeting second, it felt as though the very earth was breathing, slow, steady, and deep. You felt the pulse within you, no longer just a whispering beat in the background of your consciousness, but a full-throated rhythm, a powerful force that echoed from the center of your chest to the farthest reaches of the world. The orb beneath your hand pulsed in time with the heartbeat, a soft, steady thrum that filled the air with warmth, with life. The shadows that had once felt oppressive, like an inevitable force to be reckoned with, now seemed to hum with purpose, moving in tandem with the fire within you, as though they were both honoring the same law of nature. Fire and shadow, light and dark, they were not opposed. They were interwoven, feeding off one another, completing the cycle that had existed long before you had come into the world. You withdrew your hand slowly from the orb, the warmth still radiating from your skin, but as you pulled away, you saw something incredible. The orb no longer floated on its own. It had grown, shifting in shape and size, expanding into something far greater than it had been before. It was no longer simply light. It was now an expression of both the fire and the shadow, pulsing with an energy that seemed to stretch beyond the confines of the cavern, beyond the earth itself. The shadows that had once felt so heavy around you now seemed to dissipate, blending seamlessly with the light. There was no longer a line between the two, no clear boundary that separated them. Instead, there was a harmonious dance, a back-and-forth exchange of power where neither fire nor shadow dominated, but each existed as part of the same living, breathing entity. And then you felt it. The ground beneath you rumbled once more, deeper this time, as though the very bones of the earth were awakening. The trees, which had always seemed like silent sentinels, began to shift in unison, their branches swaying as though they were stretching after a long slumber. The air, too, seemed to stir with life, vibrating with an ancient energy, a pulse that reached out into the world, flowing through the forest, through the earth, and through you. The cycle had not simply been accepted. It had been awakened. The fire that burned within you had ignited something far older than yourself, something that had slumbered beneath the surface of the world, waiting for the right moment, the right person to awaken it. As the shadows and fire swirled around you, you understood. The heart of the cycle was not just a source of power. It was a conduit, an anchor between the realms of light and dark, a place where the earth itself could regenerate, rebalance, and reset itself when the forces within it had grown too chaotic. The forces of shadow and fire, life and death, light and dark, were necessary for the world to continue turning. They needed each other just as you needed both the fire and the shadows within you to exist. "You have done it, Guardian," the voice whispered, though you could no longer tell if it was coming from the depths of the earth, from the shadows, or from the fire that burned inside you. The voice was everywhere, reverberating through the very pulse of the world. "The balance has been awakened. The cycle continues and it will not be broken. Not as long as you walk its path. You closed your eyes for a moment, breathing in the air thick with the ancient energy that now surrounded you. You could feel it in your veins, in your bones, the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of the world. It was both terrifying and exhilarating, knowing that you had become a part of this rhythm, a part of the cycle that governed everything from the tiniest leaf to the tallest tree, from the flicker of a flame to the deepest shadow. As you stood there, the world around you began to change. The cavern, once dark and oppressive, now seemed alive with light and energy. The shadows and the fire swirled in endless patterns around you, moving with the rhythm of the pulse, like two ancient forces finally at peace with one another. The fire burned brighter than ever, and the shadows softened, no longer threatening but embracing, accepting the warmth of the flame, while the flame bent to the coolness of the shadows. You could feel the world turning, the cycle unfolding before you. The trees outside, the creatures of the forest, the elements of nature, they all moved with the same rhythm, the same pulse. It was a constant, an unbroken thread that connected everything from the heart of the forest to the farthest stars in the sky. And then a new presence emerged from the shadows. A figure stepped forward, emerging from the darkness like a part of the forest itself. The air around them shimmered, bending with the energy of the pulse. The figure's features were not clear, but there was a sense of familiarity in their presence. They were not a man nor a woman, but something more, an embodiment of both fire and shadow, of life and death, of light and dark. The fire within you responded to them, flickering and swirling in a dance as if recognizing their essence. Guardian, the figure spoke, their voice deep and resonant, echoing with the ancient power of the earth. You have awakened the cycle, but your journey is not yet complete. You are a part of something much larger than you can comprehend. You are not the only one who walks this path. There are others who will seek to disrupt the balance, to break the cycle. But you, the figure reached out, their hand hovering just before you, the energy of the forest swirling around it. You are the one who will protect it, the one who will ensure that the fire and the shadow remain in harmony, the one who will keep the pulse of the world beating, steady and strong. You will face challenges and you will encounter those who seek to tip the balance. But you will not be alone. The cycle will guide you as it has guided others before you. You are part of it now. You nodded, understanding the weight of the task before you. It was not just about protecting the forest. It was about protecting the cycle, the pulse that kept the world alive. You were not just a guardian of fire and shadow. You were a guardian of the balance itself. The figure stepped back, and as they did, the shadows and the fire receded, leaving behind a sense of peace, a peace that was hard-earned but essential. The cavern around you began to settle, its ancient energy returning to its natural flow, the pulse of the earth becoming steadier, more balanced. You turned away from the heart of the cycle, knowing that your journey was far from over. The world, the forest, the pulse, it was all waiting for you. And you would walk its path, between the fire and the shadow, between life and death, until the cycle was complete. The rain outside had stopped. The storm had passed, leaving behind a stillness that was almost holy. The forest had changed, but it had not been broken. It was now in your hands to ensure that the cycle continued, steady and strong, for as long as the world would turn. And so, with the fire inside you burning brighter, the shadows around you no longer threatening but protective, you stepped forward, knowing that you would walk the path between the light and the dark, between the fire and the shadow, for as long as the cycle demanded it. As you emerged from the cavern, the world greeted you in a way that felt almost like a rebirth. The rain had stopped, but the air still smelled fresh and rich with the scent of earth, of life. The forest around you had been changed by the awakening of the cycle, its energy now alive with a new rhythm, one that pulsed like the heartbeat of the world itself. The trees stretched tall and proud, their branches reaching for the sky, their leaves shimmering in the newfound light. The shadows had softened, no longer oppressive, but gentle and protective, following the contours of the land in a harmonious dance with the light. But even in this moment of peace, you could feel it. The tension in the air, the subtle, almost imperceptible shift that told you all was not as it seemed. The cycle, though now awakened and balanced, was not without its fragility. You had become part of it, yes. But the world was vast and many forces were still at play. There were others who had walked the path before you, others who had sought to manipulate the balance to tip the scales in their favor. Your heart, which had once only beat in rhythm with your own life, now beat in time with the pulse of the world. And it was clear, the balance, as delicate as it was, would not go unchallenged. The shadows that clung to the edge of the forest seemed to grow restless, swirling like tendrils in the wind. The fire inside you, while still burning brightly, flickered with a low, simmering intensity. You had embraced both fire and shadow, learned their dance, but there was an unspoken understanding in the air now. The forest was alive, but not without conflict. The cycle, though steady, had its moments of storm. Guardian, a voice called out to you, breaking the stillness. It was soft but sharp, like a crack in the earth, deep and resonant. The voice was familiar, yet distant, as though it had traveled from the edges of the forest, from beyond the veil of the trees. You turned toward it, your heart quickening in your chest, the fire inside you flaring in response. From the shadows of the trees, a figure emerged, a silhouette against the growing light. At first, you thought it was the same figure that had appeared before you in the heart of the cavern. But this one was different. Their form was cloaked in shadows, their face obscured by a dark hood, and yet, there was a palpable energy around them, a presence that crackled in the air like static before a storm. "You've done it," the figure spoke again, their voice tinged with something that could have been admiration or something darker. "You've awakened the cycle. The fire and the shadow, they dance in harmony once more. But don't be fooled, Guardian. This peace will not last. There are forces at work, hidden from your sight, forces that would see the cycle undone. Forces that will seek to destroy what you've built." Your pulse quickened as the words sank in. There was a coldness to the figure, an emptiness in their tone that sent a chill creeping through your chest. You had thought you had awakened something pure, something unbreakable. But now it was clear there were powers in the world that sought to corrupt, to twist the balance you had worked so hard to restore. "Who are you?" you asked, your voice steady, though the weight of uncertainty settled on your shoulders like a cloak. "What do you know of these forces?" The figure stepped closer, and you could feel the shadows stir around them. They moved as though they were part of the darkness itself, as if the shadows had taken on a life of their own, following the movements of the figure in perfect unison. Their eyes, hidden beneath the hood, glowed faintly with an unnatural light, and their presence seemed to distort the air around them, bending reality like a ripple on a still pond. "I am a guardian too," the figure said, their voice low and almost hypnotic. "I walk the path between light and dark, though my way is not yours. I have seen what you have awakened, and I understand the danger. The cycle, as it is now, is not without its cost. Fire and shadow must always be in opposition, or else the balance will collapse. You think you've achieved peace, but you've only set the stage for something far more destructive." You stood firm, the fire within you burning brighter as the figure's words tried to seep into your mind. You knew better than to let fear cloud your judgment. "You speak in riddles. What do you mean, destructive?" The figure tilted their head slightly, and you could sense the faintest smirk beneath their hood. "You misunderstand. It is not the fire and the shadow that threaten the balance. It is the emptiness between them. The space between light and dark where neither truly exists. It is in that space where the true power lies, and where it will be wielded against you." At that moment, the ground beneath your feet trembled again, this time more violently, as though the earth itself were buckling under the pressure of the force that had begun to awaken. You staggered for a moment, your hand instinctively reaching for the fire within you. The light flared brighter, casting long shadows around you, but the shadows around the figure seemed to grow longer as well, stretching toward you like living things. "You've already begun to feel it, haven't you?" the figure continued. "The pull of the emptiness. The place where neither fire nor shadow can exist without the other. This is where the storm will begin. The fire that burns within you, the shadow that seeks to consume, both are but reflections of something greater, something deeper, and that is what they seek to destroy." A chill swept through the air, colder than the shadows themselves. You felt it, too, the emptiness that lurked beneath the surface of the cycle. The shadows that had once felt like companions now felt like a void, an abyss pulling at the edges of the fire. The peace you had fought for, the harmony of light and dark, was now in jeopardy. "What do you want from me?" you demanded, your voice sharp now as the fire inside you surged with intensity. You could not afford to doubt now. The cycle needed you, needed your strength, your resolve. The figure tilted their head again, the shadows dancing around them in response. "I want nothing from you, Guardian. What I seek is simply the truth. The fire and the shadow, they are only pieces of the whole. But what you've touched, what you've awakened, is only a part of the cycle. The emptiness will consume it all, unless you face what lies at the center. You think you protect the balance, but you only delay the inevitable. The emptiness has always been there, waiting for its time." You took a step back, feeling the fire inside you flicker with uncertainty. Was the figure right? Had you truly embraced the cycle, or had you only been walking a narrow path, blind to the forces that lay just beyond your sight? "There is still time," the figure said, their voice softening, though it carried the weight of an ancient warning. but the storm is coming. And you, guardian, must face it, whether you are ready or not. The figure stepped backward into the shadows, and before you could react, they were gone, leaving you standing in the clearing, the air still heavy with the tension of their words. The storm within the cycle had begun, and now the true test would begin. You could no longer deny it. The emptiness had awoken, and it was coming for everything you had fought to protect. The fire and the shadow were no longer your only enemies. There was something far deeper, far more dangerous, lurking in the spaces between them. The figure's words haunted you, swirling in your mind like a bitter wind. The emptiness, the space between light and dark. Was it a force that had always existed, hidden beneath the surface of the cycle, waiting for the right moment to strike? Or had you, in your attempts to balance the fire and shadow, inadvertently awakened it, drawn its attention like a moth to a flame? You stood in the clearing, the forest around you still and expectant. The air, once filled with the scent of damp earth and rain, now felt thick with the weight of the storm that was coming. The balance you had so carefully crafted was fragile, and you knew it now. There was a force beyond the fire and the shadow, something ancient and deep, that sought to unravel everything you had worked for. The trees around you seemed to shift, their branches creaking and groaning under some unseen pressure. The shadows that had once been gentle now felt cold, distant, like something was pulling at them from within, calling them to a deeper, darker place. The fire that burned within you flickered in response, its warmth and light struggling to keep the shadows at bay, but there was something different about it now. The flame no longer burned with the same steady, unwavering intensity. It danced nervously, flickering and stuttering like a candle in the wind, fighting against an unseen force. "It's coming," you whispered to yourself, your breath catching in the growing stillness. The storm, not of rain or wind, but of something deeper, something intangible, was beginning to take shape. You turned from the clearing, the weight of your task pressing on your chest like a stone. The forest around you had changed in ways you couldn't yet fully comprehend. It had always been alive, but now it seemed more aware, more attuned to something just beneath its surface. The trees whispered to each other in a language you could almost understand, the wind rustling through the leaves like a warning. But the shadows were growing darker, denser. They were not simply part of the natural cycle anymore. They were shifting, bending, becoming something else entirely, something that could no longer be tamed by the light. They were taking on a life of their own, swirling in unnatural patterns, pulsing with an energy you couldn't identify. The pulse of the earth itself had slowed, as though it was holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for you to act. You couldn't shake the feeling that the figure you had met, the one who had warned you of the emptiness, had spoken the truth. The balance you had fought for was not a peace that could last forever. There were forces at work, hidden in the spaces between the fire and the shadow, that had always been there, lurking in the quiet places of the world. The emptiness was one such force, and it had begun to stir. You turned, moving through the forest with purpose now, your mind racing. There was no time to waste. You had to understand this new threat. You had to face it before it consumed everything. As you walked, the forest seemed to shift around you, the shadows lengthening and twisting, as though the very trees were trying to warn you. You could feel the tension in the air growing thicker with every step, like the earth itself was preparing for something monumental. And then, through the haze of the ever-deepening twilight, you saw it. A flicker of light in the distance, something glowing, faint but undeniable. It wasn't the fire that burned inside you. It wasn't the familiar warmth of the cycle. This light was something foreign, something that had no place in the natural order of things. The flicker grew brighter as you approached, and soon, you found yourself standing before an ancient stone structure, half hidden by the encroaching darkness. Its surface was smooth and weathered, covered in creeping vines and moss, but there was something about it that felt wrong. It stood at the heart of the forest, like a scar in the earth, a reminder of something that had been buried and forgotten long ago. You stepped closer, the air growing colder with every step. The light was coming from within the stone structure, but it was not a warm, welcoming glow. It was cold, unyielding, an unnatural light, pulsing like the beat of a heart that had no place in this world. "This is where it begins," you whispered to yourself, a shiver running down your spine. You reached out, your fingers grazing the cold surface of the stone. The moment you touched it, the pulse inside you flared violently, as if reacting to the stone itself. The shadows around you deepened, swirling in faster, tighter patterns. The fire within you sputtered, and for a brief moment, you felt as though you might be pulled into the darkness entirely. But then the pulse slowed. The fire reignited, stronger this time, pushing against the shadows, forcing them back. You took a deep breath, steadying yourself. The stone in front of you was ancient. older than anything you had encountered in the forest before. Its presence felt like a wound in the world, a tear in the very fabric of the cycle. You closed your eyes and reached out with your mind, trying to feel its origins, trying to understand why it pulsed with such cold energy. What was it? What was the source of the emptiness the figure had spoken of? A voice, soft and echoing, seemed to come from the stone itself. You seek to understand what lies beyond the balance, guardian. But the truth is not something you can know. It is something you must feel. You cannot fight it. The emptiness is not a force to be defeated. It is a part of the world, a necessary counterpart to the fire and shadow. You recoiled, your heart pounding. The voice was not the same as the one you had heard in the cavern. It was older, deeper, more familiar, yet it seemed to come from everywhere at once, as though it was the voice of the earth itself, the forest, the world itself speaking through the stone. But I can't just let it destroy the balance, you said, your voice shaking with the weight of your realization. I can't let it consume everything. The voice was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke again, this time with a somber tone. The balance is not something you can protect. It is something you must become. The emptiness is not your enemy, guardian. It is the other side of the same coin. Without it, the fire would burn endlessly, and the shadows would consume everything. The cycle needs all three parts: fire, shadow, and the emptiness between them. But you must learn to walk the line between them, not fight it. The forest around you seemed to respond to the voice, the trees swaying gently in the wind, the shadows shifting in strange, intricate patterns. The fire inside you pulsed, brighter and stronger now, pushing back against the darkness, but it wasn't enough to banish it. The emptiness was too vast, too powerful to be controlled. You stepped back from the stone, the realization settling deep within your chest. This wasn't a battle you could fight with fire or shadow. This wasn't something to defeat. This was something to understand, to accept. The emptiness was part of the cycle, just as much as the fire and the shadow. And so, as you stood in the clearing, surrounded by the pulsing energy of the forest, you knew your journey was far from over. The storm had begun, yes, but it was not a storm of fire and shadow. It was a storm of understanding. A storm that would teach you the true nature of the balance, and your role within it. The realization hit you like a heavy gust of wind, shaking your bones, making your heart race. The emptiness was not just some external force to fight against. It was part of the cycle, just as much as fire and shadow were. You had always thought of balance as a simple equation, fire versus shadow, light versus dark, but now you understood that it was far more intricate. The fire could not burn without the shadow, and the shadow could not exist without the fire. But the emptiness, the space between them, the void that connected and separated, was the real force, the one that held everything in place. You turned away from the stone, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on you. The voice that had come from the stone still echoed in your mind, reverberating through your thoughts. The cycle needs all three parts: fire, shadow, and emptiness. You must become the line between them. But how could you become something like that? How could you, a single being, embody something so vast, so abstract? The task ahead seemed monumental, insurmountable. The emptiness itself was a force that existed beyond your understanding. How could you possibly accept it, let alone control it? You walked deeper into the forest, the weight of the stone's truth heavy on your shoulders. The air felt thicker, the shadows darker. The trees that once seemed welcoming now felt more distant, more aware of the shifting balance. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting to see how you would respond to the challenge. The fire inside you still burned, but now it felt distant, like a candle flickering in the breeze. The shadow, too, was present, lurking, swirling around the edges of your vision, waiting for the right moment to strike. But it wasn't the fire or the shadow that concerned you now. It was the emptiness, the vast, gaping void that stretched between them. You had always been the guardian of fire, the protector of balance. But now you weren't sure what that meant anymore. How could you protect something you didn't fully understand? How could you stand between fire and shadow without succumbing to one or the other? And then, as if in answer to your thoughts, the air shifted. The wind, which had been still for so long, picked up once again, sending a shiver through the trees. A whisper reached your ears, soft at first like the rustling of leaves, but then it grew louder, clearer. It wasn't a voice, but a presence. A feeling. The emptiness, it seemed, was calling to you. You stopped, your breath catching in your throat. For a moment, you felt as though the entire forest had fallen silent, as though the earth itself had stilled in reverence. The pulse beneath your feet, the steady beat of the world's heart, was slower now, deeper. It wasn't a rhythm you recognized, but something that was undeniably present. The emptiness itself was stirring, waking up from its long slumber, and you could feel its power stretching toward you, beckoning you to step into it. Guardian, the whisper came again, this time louder, clearer. It was like the voice of the wind, the rustling of the trees, but there was a presence in it. Something older, something that had always been. You could almost see it, an ancient, empty space stretching beyond the trees, beyond the sky. The world felt vast, endless, and the emptiness seemed to reach into every corner of it. I am not your enemy, Guardian. The voice, if it could even be called a voice, resonated in your bones, in your very soul. I am the space between, the place where all things are born and where all things return. I am the pause between breaths, the silence after the storm. I am the balance that exists between fire and shadow, between life and death. I am what makes the cycle whole. You closed your eyes, trying to steady your racing heart. You could feel it now, this presence, this emptiness that stretched before you, behind you, all around you. It was not an absence. It was a presence that existed between every breath you took, between every heartbeat. It was the space that allowed the fire to burn, that allowed the shadows to exist. It was the canvas on which the cycle was painted. I have no form, no shape. I exist in the places you cannot see. I live in the spaces between the stars, in the silent gaps between thoughts. I am the forgotten part of the cycle. I am the place where fire and shadow cease to be. The weight of those words settled over you like a blanket. You had always thought of the cycle as a battle, fire versus shadow, a constant struggle to keep the balance in check. But now you understood. The cycle was not a battle. It was a dance, an intricate pattern that wove together fire, shadow, and the emptiness between them. And the emptiness was just as necessary, just as vital as the fire and the shadow. Without it, the world could not continue to turn. You opened your eyes, and the world before you seemed to change. The trees were still there, but they seemed different now, like ancient sentinels watching over something far more profound than you had ever realized. The fire inside you still burned, but now it felt like a part of something larger. Something that was more than just the forest, more than just the cycle. The emptiness was all around you, and yet it wasn't something to fear. It was something to embrace. You must accept me, Guardian. The voice spoke again, soft but firm. Only then can you walk the true path of the cycle. Only then can you truly understand the balance between fire and shadow. You are not just the guardian of light or dark. You are the guardian of the space between. The place where both are born and where both will one day return. You must walk this path not as a protector of fire, not as a defender of shadow. You must walk it as the keeper of the balance. The keeper of all things, both seen and unseen. The wind picked up again, but this time it didn't feel cold. It felt inviting. The fire within you, though still flickering, felt stronger, more solid, as though the emptiness was feeding it, guiding it. The shadows around you had grown quieter, more patient. The balance had not been broken. It had only shifted, evolved, and now it was asking you to evolve with it. You stepped forward, feeling the emptiness wrap around you like a cloak. The shadows followed you, no longer threatening, but embracing, as though they too had come to understand their place in the cycle. The fire within you burned brighter, warmer, not in competition with the shadows, but in harmony with them. The emptiness did not pull away from the light. It held the light, cradled it in its vast, endless embrace, just as it held the shadows. The path ahead was unclear, but one thing was certain. You were no longer just a guardian of fire and shadow. You were the keeper of the cycle itself. And this path you walked, between light and dark, between fire and shadow, between life and death, was the path of understanding, the path of balance. The storm was not something to be feared. It was the beginning of a new understanding, a new phase of the cycle. And you, as its keeper, would walk it. The moment you embraced the emptiness, it was as though the world around you shifted, like the very fabric of reality was bending to a deeper, ancient law. The fire within you, once a fierce, passionate thing, now felt like a steady, controlled flame, still powerful, but tempered by the wisdom of the shadows that danced at its edges. The shadows themselves, no longer mere opposites, now seemed to coalesce, forming a delicate weave with the fire. Together they no longer fought one another, but flowed in a complex dance, each drawing strength from the other. The emptiness, however, was still present, surrounding you like an invisible tide. It was the silence between the notes of a song, the stillness in the pause before a breath is exhaled. It wasn't empty at all, it was full of potential, full of understanding. And it beckoned you forward, calling you to face the trials that lay ahead. You had thought that awakening the balance between fire and shadow would be the greatest challenge of your life, but now you understood. The true test lay in how you would navigate the space between them, the emptiness. The force that governed the rhythm of the world, that connected the seemingly opposing elements, was asking something deeper of you. You've come far, Guardian. The voice of the emptiness resonated again, but this time, it was not a whisper. It was stronger, more assertive, reverberating through every part of your being. But your journey is far from complete. To truly walk the path of the cycle, to be its keeper, you must learn to master the space between. You must become the pulse that binds all things. Only then will you understand your place in the greater weave of the world. The words echoed, but this time they didn't fill you with fear. Instead, they filled you with something else. A quiet resolve, a sense of purpose that ran deeper than any flame, deeper than any shadow. You knew you had to continue. You knew the cycle was not something you could walk away from. The path was now your destiny, and it stretched far beyond the limits of the forest you had known so well. And so, with a steady breath, you took your first step into the emptiness. The moment your foot hit the ground, the world seemed to shift again. The shadows that had once seemed ominous and distant were now companions, silent, patient, and wise. The fire that burned inside you felt lighter, more controlled, but no less intense. It was as though both forces were guiding you, teaching you to walk the fine line between them. They were no longer enemies, but partners in a dance that had been unfolding since the beginning of time. The emptiness surrounded you, wrapping around you like a cloak. It was not cold or unsettling. It was warm, like the calm that follows a storm, like the stillness after a long journey. It was the calm before the next breath, the stillness that existed before action was taken. You could feel its power in your every movement, in every heartbeat. You moved through the forest, the wind now at your back, gentle but insistent. The trees swayed in rhythm with you, their branches bending like dancers caught in the same flow of energy. The forest was no longer a place of danger or mystery, but a sacred space, a living extension of the cycle itself. Every step you took was a reminder of your connection to the fire, the shadow, and the emptiness between. As you walked deeper into the forest, the path grew darker, more obscured by shadows, but you did not falter. The emptiness enveloped you now, not as a void, but as a presence, steady and eternal. You no longer needed to fear the dark or the unknown. You understood now that they were not enemies. They were simply different expressions of the same truth. And in the space between those expressions, the stillness, the pulse, the emptiness, that was where the true strength of the cycle lay. Ahead of you, the path split in two, leading off into two separate directions. One path was shrouded in darkness, the shadows hanging heavy, like a thick fog obscuring your view. The other was bathed in soft light, the fire burning brightly, casting long, dancing shadows on the ground. You paused, feeling the pulse of the cycle within you, guiding your every move. The path before you, you realized, was not a simple choice between light or dark. It was a choice between embracing both. The emptiness, which had once seemed so foreign, so insurmountable, was now your guide. It was not about choosing one or the other. It was about stepping into the space that existed between, where both light and dark could coexist. The fire could not exist without the shadow. The shadow could not survive without the fire. And the emptiness, the pulse between them, was the force that bound them together. You stepped forward, following the path that seemed to merge the two. The darkness and the light were no longer separate. They were one. The shadows were still there, but now they were partners with the fire. The light, while still strong, felt more tempered, softer, as if it had learned to coexist with the darkness. And then, ahead, you saw a figure emerge from the shadows. At first, you thought it was another guardian, but as the figure stepped into the light, you realized it was something else. Something older, something far more ancient. Their form was ethereal, a blend of both fire and shadow, their presence a perfect balance between the two. "You have come far," the figure spoke, their voice both gentle and commanding. But the true challenge of the keeper is not to maintain the balance. It is to learn when to let go of control. The words echoed in your mind, settling deep within you like seeds in fertile soil. You had always believed that your purpose was to control the fire, to tame the shadows, to protect the cycle. But now you understood. The true role of the keeper was not to control, it was to allow. To allow the cycle to unfold on its own terms, to allow the fire to burn as it should, to allow the shadows to shift and grow, to allow the emptiness to exist as the space between. The cycle cannot be forced, guardian, the figure continued. It must be allowed to flow, to bend, to shift. The true keeper is not one who stands in opposition to the forces of nature, but one who understands how to walk with them. You are the bridge, the path between the light and the dark. You must learn to walk it with grace, to let go of the need to control. For the cycle is not yours to control. It is yours to protect, to nurture, and to become. The figure began to fade, blending with the shadows and the light, becoming part of the very landscape itself. And as they did, you felt something shift within you, an understanding, a clarity that had eluded you before. The balance was not about control. It was about acceptance. The cycle was a force far greater than you, and your purpose was not to dominate it, but to walk with it as part of it, allowing it to flow as it would. The fire burned within you, bright and steady, the shadows clung to the edges, protective, and the emptiness whispered its ancient song, filling you with purpose. You had become part of the cycle, not a guardian of it, but an expression of it. And now, with the world around you humming with the pulse of life, you understood. The journey was far from over. The true trial was not one of strength, but of surrender. And as you walked the path between fire and shadow, between light and dark, between life and death, you would learn to let go. To let the cycle unfold, and in doing so, become the keeper of the balance.